Casino.
It really does.
It looks like it's going to be a time there.
You know that right now it's at about a 3. It's going to go up to a 10 pretty quick.
Yeah. Who do you think we hear the most from at the parade? Which player?
You know what, Pat? We're over this connection. I got to be honest with you. Thank you, Pat. It's unsportsmanlike.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Less than you think. Just $50 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Bella's Dog Walker and Glam Squad every week. Get one line on unlimited welcome for $50 per month with auto pay plus taxes and fees at your local St. Louis Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
WXOS HD1E St. Louis. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to TMA 101 ESPN, the show presented by Brown and Crouppen every day.
And our presentation this week brought to you by Star and someone. Tonight, my friend doesn't on Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, you on the program. Come watch us and see our Kilcoyne. YouTube.com/MASTL. Doug, the final day has arrived for the TMA 2025 Spring Training Coverage.
It's been fun. The weather's been absolutely perfect. The golf has been good. Did a few interviews along the way. Restaurants have been great. It's been 80 degrees here. It sounds like it's been a little chillier in St. Louis. It's been fantastic.
Tim, why did you put the golf before the I don't like my orders.
It's about us.
Okay. That's also we welcome the people. Somebody just said I think I'm tripping. John Wars and Don PP.
The Marlins are blasting a little M&M in the back.
I know
They're having another big barbecue.
Unbelievable at 8 in the morning. Marlins barbecuing and blasting beats. They're just always locked in there.
They're very much into brisket and pulled pork.
Is that what
I guess.
I think they usually live switch this on. They seem to have a good festive vibe.
Interview a bunch of Marlins.
It looks, and honestly, looks like they're getting ready to throw another party.
What the hell's wrong with Tim's microphone? That's some Hoosier daddy, and he wants to fight Doty.
Oh, no.
He wants to fight. He's going to drive down to Florida to fight Doty. The connection's bad, guys.
Well, is it getting any better? It is good. Okay.
I had one of the staffers here, the ones who were being spotted on the YouTube cameras by their friends at home. He said, when you did one of your live shots, Martin, that's what was going out over the air. So I was doing a Fox 2 hit, but apparently I got too close to the YouTube camera, and that's what went out over our... That probably violates a lot of... Fox 2 will be calling John Kowski later today. Cease and desist.
But it was nice on our show to do a live shot.
Oh, it's true.
I can't hear you all. That's from Benny Buckets.
Oh, come on, Benny. Oh.
Tim's echoing, Doug. That's from Snoozy. You know Snoozy?
I don't know Snoozy.
Okay,
I think that might be the issue.
This is brutal. That's from Mr. Lex. That's your guy, Martin.
All right.
He did it again.
All right, it should be better now.
Okay.
So what is...
Is today the last day?
Understand.
No, the music's fine. Oh, no.
I think that solved the issue. I think we're okay.
Yep, much better.
Fix this mess. That's from Don PP.
Yeah. We said Kurt just said we're good. All right. All right.
3, 2, 1.
All right.
Hey, welcome in. It's the Morning After, live from spring training. Tim, just pretend we're starting now.
And in Van.
People are brutal, aren't they?
What?
People are rough.
Mm-hmm.
Doty just made a drive-by. People are brutal, aren't they? That's the nature of the beast. I guess after 21 years at this point, we're calloused.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're just dropping by the program for a week, Doty, yeah, this is kind of it.
Everybody takes
a lot of anger.
Shrapnel.
All the years I've been coming down here, I don't think I ever remember a better week of weather.
Yeah.
This is as good as it could possibly be.
Jackson, this compares for you as the best of your 21 years?
Yeah. Best of my 21 years.
So is everything up and running before we go get, an array of players that you guys are waiting to speak with? Are we good to go?
Chairman Kurt says so.
Okay.
And I trust him more than I trust...
Because Jackson's ready to go in there now. He is a veteran of 4 days of this.
I'm getting there, slowly but surely. But I don't think you're ever really... Martin is. Martin's a pro in there.
As roommates, though, Tim, I almost made a brutal mistake. Jackson wasn't there. And he had a bottle of Advil. I'm like, I just could use a couple of Advil.
Take a pull off that?
So I just dumped a couple in my hand, took them. And then later, he said, did you look at the pills first? I said, no, why? And he said, well, I have other medications in there, too.
Oh, wow.
And so
is that Adderall season?
I think I almost...
My hair loss medicine.
He said he thought I might have taken some hair loss medicine.
Like your hairline was better
I came out today with an afro.
Oh, yeah, I put it all in my Advil pill.
And I said, who does that? He said, well, it's my bottle.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't think that you would just be right with just hammering it in your hand and throwing it back.
How many did you take?
I took 2, but it wasn't clear what I took. And all of a sudden, he said, you may have taken ADD medication.
Oh, yeah, he's got a lot of that.
Had some hair loss medication.
Oh, no.
So I checked, and all he took was Advil.
So for the kids, never take a pill bottle that doesn't belong to you and just help yourself.
But
a little PSA here from Coach Connors.
Excuse me.
Martin.
That was me getting emotional about the Advil.
Jackson, with it being our final day, the clubhouse is open.
Yeah, let's get after it.
Let's get after it. Well,
Let's go.
Just
You
a polite way to say, why don't you go do the job?
3, 2, 1. Let's do this.
All right.
And we'll find out. Jordan Walker, what is the target? Jordan Walker? Yeah. Jordan Walker is the target. All right, we'll see if we can get him here in the 7 o'clock hour. The program is sponsored by Brown and Crouppen. Online at brownandcrouppen.com, or you can call 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen in St. Louis since 1979. You've gotten to know Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman when they come in on Tuesdays on TMA. And if you're in a spot where you're going to need their services, wouldn't you want somebody who's local, who knows the legal atmosphere in the St. Louis area? Well, that's Brown and Crouppen. They are committed to the St. Louis metropolitan area, and they will take care of you should you need their services. 314-222-2222, or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. And if you do give them a call for their services, let them know you heard about them on TMA. 314-222-2222, or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. You are welcome to text into the program at 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. Chairman Kurt, he's running the board back in St. Louis, but he also will take calls via the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And, Doug, let's see, 140 friends have gathered in the YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. That is where you can gather and watch the program, and you can see the Marlins barbecue. Let me see. I'm looking at the YouTube. It is over Doug's left shoulder is where the Marlins are barbecuing at 7:07 Central Time. And they are getting after it. This is a team that won't stop for nothing.
Do you really want to eat barbecue at this hour of the day?
Marlins do. That's actually part of the business plan.
I guess protein overload, maybe?
Yep.
They seem to do it every day, every year. If you look at the standings, maybe
don't need to switch cameras to give a better shot of the Marlins barbecue. Yep, you can see it down there under the tents on the left of your monitor. For those of you in the YouTube chat, is the Cardinal batting cage. That's the thing with the green awning. Then you see the stream of palm trees. And then to the right of that is the tent city where the Marlins have gathered for barbecue. And it's good. I mean, it's 7:07 Central Time. You want to lay a base before you go out there and get after it. And I think that's what's led to their success.
Not a great team, but wow, are they well fed.
Marlins Cam is highly underrated. That is from Too Fat to Kayak. Don Pepe says it takes 12 hours to smoke brisket, so that's why it looks like they're barbecuing, but they're just not going to have the treats just yet.
Well, why would you go through all that hassle of a 12-hour barbecue?
Because
why would you do that?
You want to win the World Series.
And that's going to do it for them.
Yeah. Laying a nice base of barbecue at 7 in the morning absolutely will. On the program today, the Cardinal Clubhouse is open right now, and I know that a number of players are on the Stiefel dossier. Here are the three. Okay. And, Doug, I don't know if all three will hit, but I can tell you these are the three.
All right.
Jordan Walker.
Sure.
Miles Michaelis.
Oh, I don't see why not.
And Alec Burleson.
Okay, sure.
Now, the core issue there is the clubhouse is only open until 8 o'clock St. Louis time. In the case of Burleson and Walker, they are position players, and the position player workout not necessarily official. And so they may be able to come and go as they please, which may make them available a little later in our presentation. Okay. So, Doug, the question becomes, will all three be on today's TMA?
I'll say yes.
Yeah, you're an optimist.
Yeah, I think we probably will. We've had good luck getting a bunch of good players this week.
Yeah.
Players, managers, president of baseball operations.
Hobos.
Yeah.
What about Chaim Bloom?
Well, I don't think so.
Okay. All right.
I don't think so. I don't think he wants to speak publicly. Well, it's still not really his show to run. So
Jackson approached him yesterday. And even though we are able to grab players, do you mind the term willy-nilly?
I don't mind it. I'll let it go.
Even though we're able to grab players willy-nilly, in the case of Chaim Bloom, specifically, Jackson was told by Chaim Bloom that in order to have him on the show, he needs to go through media relations. And my assumption, and maybe it's not fair, is then media relations will then say, I don't think we can do that. Because, again, operating on this premise, the Cardinals don't want him talking just yet. I think he would, but I think that has been, let's not have him out there just yet. If you recall the press conference back in October, John Mozeliak was available, but then Chaim Bloom, he was whisked away. You mind that?
Literally whisked.
He literally was whisked.
Well, I'm sure they don't want to take the chance that he would say something that might conflict with something that John Mozeliak had said. Not that he would, but there's, they don't want to give the impression that there's two people running the thing. I wouldn't think.
Did I make Daddy Tim proud? That's from the 618. Do you like that text?
Well, what did you do?
I have no idea. It just says, did I make Daddy Tim proud?
Is that one of your sons?
I don't think so. I don't think they have
They don't
phones.
text in or anything, do they?
When did you, I guess your sons are older, though, so you didn't experience this.
Oh, I did. Phones, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, what?
I think it's around 5th or 6th grade. 11 or 12 is when most kids get them. And by 13, if you don't have one, you're nothing. You're a tat and a kid. You're nothing. Yeah, I think they all have them by 5th or 6th grade.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
They only got a handful of years left.
You
then.
do, yeah, and then that will control their lives.
And that's a good thing?
It's a bad thing. I've heard people getting flip phones for the younger kids. So if you need to text them, if you got to call them, that's fine, but they don't have the internet at their disposal.
And that's because young children need burners?
No, it's because you don't want them getting on the internet, maybe. Unchecked at age 9 or 10 years old or whenever you decide to give them one.
How many times is old man Vaughn going to take an impromptu nap after his morning coconut juice? That's from Arbor Day, who won Texter of the Year in 2023 and 2024. Yeah, Ali Marmol, when he sat down with us yesterday, brought you coconut juice, and he thought that it made you pass out.
Well, it didn't. I was able to survive the coconut juice. It wasn't bad. Tastes a little milky. Wasn't bad. It's healthy for you.
Did it make you?
I don't take naps. Jackson
sleepy?
takes a nap almost every day.
Does he really?
Yes. Yes, he does.
Now that you're roommates, you know that.
I never take a nap.
But we were together on the golf course yesterday.
Well, yesterday, I guess he didn't do it. Yeah, but when we haven't golfed, he's taking a nap.
And you say he goes out in the back in the hammock and reads?
He does. Sometimes for hours at a time.
Is that right?
Yeah, what's wrong with him? He's reading a book. What a square.
Yeah. That ain't cool.
What's up with that?
Tim, don't buy them a phone that early. That will be detrimental to them. That's from Wedding Tackle. So Wedding Tackle says you did the wrong thing.
There's an awful lot of pressure you're going to get when every other kid in school has a phone and they don't. And you want to keep in touch with them. You want to say, I'll pick you up here or there. Or if they have a problem, you want them to be able to reach you. Used to be we had access to pay phones when we were kids.
Yeah.
Now they have access to other phones. I just think maybe for the really young kids, a flip phone is probably better than a smartphone.
All right. Jackson is making his way to the dais, ladies and gentlemen, fresh out of the Cardinal clubhouse. Let's see what the report is. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jackson Burkett. He graduated from Ladue Horton Watkins in 2016.
Hey, fellas. We're going to have Alec Burleson on here in just a moment.
He is over there with Martin doing Two Fox.
Yeah, he's going to do that for a couple minutes, then come on over with us.
Now, do you think that he's a friend of the show?
I think he will be. Yeah.
Wow.
I think he'll like what we got cooking.
Oh.
Are people really friends of the show, or are they just not enemies of the show?
If they're not an enemy, then they're a friend. It's binary.
Okay.
But no one is just like a passerby. That's what I think, at least. I don't know. But we're in there feeling it out. Seeds are being planted, as always.
I don't know what this one means, but it says, classic Fox News move by Vaughn. Get accused and say the local liberal is actually the one at fault. What a beaut. That's from Arbor Day, and he's having an active day in the Air Comfort Service. What was the issue, and then who was the liberal who was attacked? I was sitting here the whole time.
I think I said Jackson took a nap. Have you or have you not taken a nap?
During this week?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Power nap.
All right. And I haven't. They're accusing me of being a Fox News Nazi because I said, no, I didn't take a nap, but Jackson did.
Did you take one yesterday?
No.
No,
Didn't have
yesterday I
time.
didn't.
Right, that's what I was saying.
No time yesterday. But on days where we're not playing golf or I'm just kind of working at home, yeah, I'll take a 20, 25-minute nap.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Do you think you go into REM sleep?
No, probably not. I just lie down for a second. Maybe I doze off and come to, and here we go. It's.
Do you feel better after it? Because when I do those, I do not feel good afterwards.
I know. The move, I've always talked about this, the move is taking a shower immediately after, and after that, I feel pretty refreshed, as long as the shower takes shower.
But aren't you guys, you and Martin are sharing a bathroom? Mm-hmm. And aren't you guys standing in each other's filth because the water doesn't drain properly?
It's an odd shower.
You're showering together?
No. But not gonna lie,
That
the
sucks.
shower is it's not great.
And so the water doesn't drain, and then they're just standing in like a pool of each other's.
It's not so much that the water doesn't drain. It's just that like when you start a shower, often the bathtub faucet will start, and then you click a button and it turns all shower. That doesn't work. So the drain is still flowing out water.
Why don't you wait until Martin gets out of there before you step in?
Who's going to do his back?
Right. That's the thing is I have back issues I need taken care of.
Does he loofah your stretch marks?
I forgot to bring a loofah.
Oh.
So we've just been going hands like barbarians.
I like that a lot, actually.
But it's good. It's good bonding. I would say this has been one of the best bonding times for the program.
Do you think it's bad for me that I'm not there and you guys can sit there and talk badly about me the whole week without me there to defend myself as somebody who's incredibly insecure and egotistical?
I got to be honest. I don't know if we've talked about you in a negative way at all this week. Most of the time,
that's exactly what somebody would say if they've been talking about somebody in a negative way.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
Most of the time, it's Doug and Martin telling old TV stories that crack me. Like I start pissing myself laughing. Some of it is so funny.
What would be funny about local TV? It's glamorous and incredibly.
It's mostly from about 20, 30 years ago, and it cracks me up.
If I catch someone saying something bad about you, Tim, I'll turn them in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hit the gong on yourself. Yeah. So hopefully we're gonna have Burley here after Martin, and then once he's on, I'm gonna go in there and start playing more.
Here's the play offered to the audience today.
Yeah.
Burleson, Walker, Michaelis. And if you hit the parlay, it pays 9-1.
I think it can be done.
Wow.
I think it can be done. I think I'm going to go try to plant the Michaelis seed right when we get Alec Burleson on here.
Who do you really want today?
Jordan Walker.
Daddy wants Mason
I think he'll. Oh, Jamie.
What does Daddy want?
Mason Wynn. I haven't seen Mason Wynn in a couple of days. Obviously, position players don't have to be here. So there's situations where they might not be here, and I get that. But Jordan Walker has been here almost every day, so hoping to get him as well.
So to be clear, y'all are planting seeds, showering in filth, and pissing yourselves?
Oh.
Yikes, that's from Betty Buckets.
Does sound like a senior strip.
Well, there's some possible secretion, but...
Secretion? God, I don't know. I'm going to check with my counsel at the FCC, but I think Jackson might be paying a fine.
That's an anatomical term.
Well, how am I going to explain that to my kids?
I'd wait about 10 years. They'll figure it out for themselves. Doug, you ever open an encyclopedia? You can get
Yes, I have.
Information.
Many times.
Information
30 years ago.
Secretions. They used to have them at the library. I'd read them. That was really bored.
That's how we did research. That was the Google.
Yeah, encyclopedias.
Yeah, have to get in a car and drive to a library and find an encyclopedia. Hope no one else was using the letter that you wanted.
Britannica?
Whatever your subject was. If it started with an S, if someone else was using the S, you were out of luck.
Is Jackson 70, naps, reads Amish romance novels, and takes 35 pills a day? That's from The Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
I don't know what an Amish romance novel. I'm reading a book by Will Leach, actually, right now. And
what's he talking about?
It's a novel. It's a novel. It's not like
Will Leach of Deadspin's writing novels? Is that right? Is this like nonfiction or?
It's fiction.
Oh, really?
Fiction, I believe. Yeah, I'm only on the.
You don't know if it.
I'm on the 10th page. I finished a book down here, which was a mystery, and now I'm onto this Will Leach book, which my brother got me for Hanukkah. So God bless.
Doug, Will Leach books.
I haven't read any of his material lately, but.
I'll give it to you after I'm done.
Okay, I'll anxiously look forward to that.
I thought Donnie wasn't dusting y'all, huh, fellas? And you're just going to accept that? It's unbelievable. That's from longer than Martin's onboarding process.
Donnie's a possibility today, I'd say.
But he did on day one tell you that he wasn't dusting you, and here we are, and we only got 3 hours and 30 minutes left of the show. And he hasn't been on, eh?
That is true, but I'm still hopeful that we'll get Brendan Donovan on. That's the hope,
All right.
If we got Donovan, Burleson, Michaelis, and Walker, what would that pay as far as a parlay at the window?
I think that you stick with the first three, and then the Donnie is like a free bet. It's like a bonus play. You get like
a bonus play,
like a $20 free bet, and that pays 2-1.
Okay.
So I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Are you?
Sure. Why not? It's Friday. Guys are kind of relaxed. The weekend's coming up.
When are you boys flying out today?
I think we leave at 5.
PBI or FLL?
PBI.
PBI, which means you got to stop.
Big time stop in O'Hare. I think we're going to get back to St.
We've already had a weather warning on our flight.
Yeah.
Oh, is that
because
right?
it's so cold and snowy up there.
Look at Jackson. You can see Burleson's unlav miking over there, and Jackson, like, look at, you can see, like, he's like a panther right now. He's like ready to leap. You see that, Dodie? Look at him. He's like he's a panther. Now Martin's bringing him over. Everything's and then and Jackson just posted like the ghost of Christmas future with the great George C. Scott. Alec Burleson sitting down here, and one leg of the parlay has just hit today. Unbelievable, and Jackson is feeling good now.
You thought I ditched you.
That's what it was.
To get a coffee, I stayed in the clubhouse and blew it. He was ready. You guys ready?
Yeah.
The enthusiasm.
I thought about it.
You wanted to blow it off?
I came around this way. I thought about it. I thought about just going in the cage and sitting, but, you know, I thought I blew. Well, I didn't blow him off yesterday. I forgot about it yesterday. So, yeah. Now we're here.
Welcome to the program.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me.
What did Martin ask you about? We'll just repeat those questions.
Yeah, I didn't give very good answers.
Oh, is that right?
It's too early in the morning to be asking me these in-depth questions about my career and all this other stuff. So, yeah, it was fine though. He didn't hound me with anything.
Do you usually get just about the same questions no matter who does the interview? Is it pretty close?
Yeah. I answer the same questions every day, even from Jim Hayes.
Even from Jim Hayes? The cat's lurking behind the shrubs right here.
No, hold on. Jim Hayes, I will say, people are asking the same questions as Jim Hayes. He asked me the questions yesterday. I got the same questions today. So he was first on the scene. The
cat's waving him off. Cat's dusting you off. You dusted Martin off. Now the cat's dusting you off.
It's a love-hate relationship. He's actually my Valentine Day. We hugged it out.
Oh, is that why you guys are Valentines?
I asked him to be my Valentine.
Jackson, you got to tweet that out.
Yeah.
The cat is Valentine's with Alec Burleson. We'll get that going. Boy, the media in St. Louis really is soft. They're Valentines.
Getting too close to the players.
Alec Burleson, kind enough to sit down with us here on TMA. We are live on 101 ESPN from Jupiter, Florida. Cardinal spring training coverage brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Martin Kilcoyne doing his Fox 2 responsibilities. One of the things we've been noticing here as guys have come and sat down. Now, you've got a few years here, but I get the sense this is a group of guys that kind of feel like, yeah, we might not be expected to do what we've been expected to do in the past, but there is some opportunity here for some guys to get some playing time that they might not have a couple of years ago. And that's a different feel to the camp. Now, you're in a different spot, but I'm curious what you're seeing in the clubhouse as you talk to guys.
So, yeah, I got in yesterday, so I haven't had, too big of an opportunity to sit down with some of the guys that maybe, I haven't met before, haven't played with. But, you talk about the young core that we have. I think it's a young core, obviously, as you walk through the clubhouse. It's a young group, but in the same breath, it's a young group with experience. You look at a lot of the guys that we're bringing back, they have a year, maybe a year and some change in service time. So they know what it takes, and they know what to expect. They're not going to be, opening day, eyes wide open, whatever it may be. So, I'm super excited to you talk about people aren't really expecting too much from us, but I think we're going to be a little bit better than people expect just because of that aspect of it.
Yeah. Some hunger, some edge.
Yeah. Definitely.
You're coming off the best year of your young career. What clicked for you last year? Was it just experience, seeing everybody a little bit, or what worked?
I think it was just opportunity. I think that, and I say opportunity, I think it was more of a consistent opportunity. I think you look back at 23, and, I was in and out of the lineup. I was kind of just, playing when I could. I didn't get... and that's not a knock on anybody. That's just the way it works out. That's the way it is. So you look back at last year, obviously coming into spring training. I was talking about it earlier. I remember being in this locker room and just doing math all last spring training. Like, am I gonna be on the roster? Am I not gonna be on the roster? Like, just doing math, and it worked out at the end where I was able to make the opening day roster, and with some injuries and stuff, you never want anybody to get hurt, but that's just the way it worked out. And, I was able to be in the opening day lineup as well and just have those opportunities and take advantage of them. So, I think it was more an opportunity thing. I knew I could hit at the big league level. I knew it was just a matter of time. It was, just when was I going to get the opportunity.
Is there a sense of confidence when you know that you're going to be in there? I mean, if you take a look at 23, 107 games, 347 plate appearances, and then last year, 152 games played, 595 plate appearances. Obviously, you're basically playing every day. In other words, if you have an 0 for day, you're not going, oh, crap, now I'm going to be riding the bench for a day or two, and therefore it gives you that peace of mind. Is there something to that, and then it leading to more success?
Yeah, I think you're able to, kind of like you said, the next day, you're able to kind of clear what happened if it was a bad game or even a good game. You're able to kind of clear it a little bit quicker when you know, hey, I got to either do it again, have a good game the next game, or I got to figure out what happened in that game to have success in the next game. So it just allows you to kind of, move on a little bit quicker, when you play and then you're not playing for 2 or 3 days. You just sit there and you're thinking about, oh, what do I need to do to not go for 4 again when I do get the opportunity? And then you're playing tight, you're playing tense. And so I think that's kind of the biggest factor is just understanding that you're going to be in there every day, and you're going to have a lot more opportunities than just the day you went 0 for 4.
And not have to do any math at spring training to figure out if you're going to be on the team.
Yeah, that was, well, now that I look back on it, there was no reason for me to do that. One, because it's out of my control. There's nothing I can do about it. All I can do is go out there and perform in spring training and, get my work in and get better. But also, it's like, even if you're, like I was doing the math earlier when we signed, Carp and Crawford, I was like, I'm out. It's not going to be on the roster. But then things happen, like injuries and stuff, and you do get the opportunity. So there's really no sense in even thinking about that kind of stuff. But yeah, it is nice not to even have to think about it.
Sure. Yeah, it's great peace of mind when you come in here. Alec Burleson sitting down with us here on the morning after. It is 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Martin doing his Fox 2 responsibilities. When you look at the lineup and the way things appear to be at this moment, it looks like Nolan Arenado could very well be with the club. How do you assess what you see on this team at this moment?
I don't know. I think you look at the guys that we're, hoping to have in the lineup. I mean, it's like I said earlier, it's guys that have been there before. So there's not, but there's still going to be a lot of opportunity for other guys as well. So, biggest thing is Wilson. For me, I think, if we can keep him healthy, he's going to be dangerous in that lineup. And then obviously with Mason at the top, that little spark plug for us. And, Donnie's going to be consistent, and, Nado's going to be Nado. So, and then you look at guys like Walker and Gorman, who may not have had success. Maybe you look at last year, they may not have done what they wanted to do in their own eyes, but we all know it's there. I mean, I've watched Gorman. We came up through the minors together, so I've watched him absolutely, tear up some stuff. And then, obviously, Walker can hit. So just, hoping for big things out of those guys, because those are guys we're going to need for sure.
What kind of things do you do away from the ballpark? It must be nice to be in St. Louis, the party capital of North America.
Amen. Landing.
What? I didn't know if that was a joke or you being serious.
Just a joke.
Because I didn't know where I was going to go with that.
We know what it is. Probably not the most exciting town, but it's home. Well, what keeps you busy away from the park? Golfer or anything?
Yeah, I love to golf.
Oh, yeah, what's your index, bro?
I don't even know what an index is. I just know that I holed out from 180 the other day, and that was.
Did you really?
Yeah, it wasn't a hole in one, so it's not that impressive.
So an eagle? I guess.
Yeah.
Where were you playing?
Eagle. Back at home, North Carolina.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, it was.
Pinehurst number 2, I guess.
Nope.
Tobacco Road.
I've played that one before, but it was not there.
How about that? Well, let me ask you this. Jackson here, 26 years old. I mean, you guys are in the same world. From 183, 186. He hit par 5. He only has 186 out, Alec, 3 days ago. He grabs a hybrid, and then he hits a little ground ball. Mason Wynn would have picked it up and thrown a beautiful toss across the diamond. It was really unfortunate because he needed the shot. You're 186 out. You hold out from 180. Yeah. We know this.
Yeah.
What club are you using with that?
I hit it with a 7-iron.
Jackson, how's that make you feel?
I was hoping you'd be gentle, Alec. It was a cold top. I cold topped it.
No, it was. I got everything out of the 7-iron. Probably could have hit a 6, an easy 6.
Easy 6, so, but he holed out with a 7-iron. I mean, you're looking across.
Yeah,
this guy went to school for golf, Alec, and he's hitting a hybrid. He's not 70 years old. Do you look at him differently now? I mean, I'm just
a little bit. The fact that you have hybrids in your bag already made me think of something. But, it's okay though. It's okay. We can get by that. Get by that.
I'm getting it from every angle.
Yeah, even from inside the clubhouse.
Oh man,
I bet you can hit a ball a mile. You play left-handed or right-handed?
I play right-handed, but I putt left-handed.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's
Has anybody said, hey, you might want to try doing something different, or are you just good with it?
No, so my dad, he golfed right-handed, obviously, and he was like, you're going to golf right-handed because you hit left-handed, and we don't want to mess up your baseball swing. Now I'm looking back on it. There's a lot of similarities in the golf swing, the baseball swing that could help you out. But, so I golf right-handed, and I started putting right-handed, and I was just not even close to the hole, had no idea. So I grabbed a left-handed putter, and just the feel is just a little bit better. I don't know why, but yeah, putt left-handed, and I wouldn't say I hit the ball a mile. For some reason right now, and I should not be sharing this with the radio, but I can't get.
Why not?
I can't get my driver in the air over 15 yards. For some reason, I'm just duck hooking it right now. I don't know why.
So what, do you like hitting an OB all the time?
No, it goes. All right, listen. So if there's nothing in front of me, it's dead down the middle and it rolls out like I top spin it. I don't know what I'm doing, but it's in play. And then obviously if I'm 180 in, I'm gonna hole out. So it's automatic.
Absolutely.
So
Marty hold out from 180 yards.
Is he giving you better answers than he gave me? Is that what happened? Did you save it for radio, Burleson?
You look super serious when you made me nervous asking me questions. Yeah, it was scary.
You come over here and it's slap and tickle.
Yeah, I can drink my coffee here.
You think if I'd been giggling over there, he would. Right. Your answers were great. This is one of the best talkers on the team. I told Palante, I said, grab the headset, and just start ripping on me. He said, I'm not going to do that.
He won't participate in that.
He knows better than that. I'll start ripping Palante.
Oh.
I don't care if he's making more money this year.
Oh, is that right?
He won the ARB.
I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, the ARBs are, 3-1, I think.
It's a nice win.
I don't know.
3-1.
The players are 3-1.
Yeah.
We're pro player around here. Until Mo sits down, then we totally switch.
Then all of a sudden we're pro organization.
Yes.
Or, Doug, as you've heard this week, org.
Or I heard that several times.
Yeah, you don't like that. That's what they
Do the
call
guys
it.
talk about what other guys make a lot?
No, not really.
I don't. But you know. Probably
no, it was just funny because it's Palante.
Looks like he's going to join us. Yeah, come on in. The water's warm. Andre Palante.
Well, that's my cue to leave.
We're just talking about him holing out from 180 yards. I mean, we're celebrating the whole thing. That's
Well, I mean, I can't tease him because he could be in the outfield and just drop a ball for me and ruin my whole season with.
Or at first base with your ground ball. You're a ground ball guy. You're not a fly ball guy.
Yeah, I got to treat these guys nice. They don't have to treat me nice, but
we got careers too, Palante. We're not going to just drop a ball just to piss you off.
Well, Alec, we appreciate you sitting down. Andre's been kind enough to sit down here with us, and so we will let you go. But if you want to ask him some questions and hold him accountable, please feel free.
No, I got to catch up with Palante. I haven't. This is the first time I've actually talked to him since I got in yesterday.
Oh, nice.
So
we'll let you guys catch up. Doug and I can get up.
No, that's for personal time. Personal time. We don't need an audience on this. So, but I appreciate you guys having me.
Thank you for joining us, man. We appreciate it. Thank you for holding Jackson accountable from hitting a hybrid from 183 yards.
We got to work on that. I think
he's got an open club face coming through, and I think that's why he's adding loft to it.
It's okay. We'll work on it.
Alec's going to work with you out in the outfield here on it. You guys are just going to bang some balls out there. Thank you, Alec.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Alec Burleson with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. Outstanding appearance on the program, plus holding out from 180 yards. And now I move to my right, where Andre Palante is sitting down with us here and talking it over. And you're a little concerned that after that exchange that he's going to intentionally drop balls in the outfield or just let ground balls go through his legs or something like that at first base.
Wouldn't count against the ERA, I suppose, if he's dropping them.
That's a good point. Yeah. No, he wouldn't do that. I don't think so, at least. But it's good to see him for sure. We'll catch up here in a little bit. We've all been so busy. You know, when you get here for the first day, you're meeting 60 people again. You haven't seen them in 6 months, so it's a little hectic.
Yeah, nature of the beast, man. So the arbitration thing goes down. When? Is that like when that's going on? Is that something that kind of owns your mind? Do you think about what's the mindset of the process?
I mean, as a person that goes through it, like, you really don't have any job besides to like kind of be there and to pay attention and to follow along. So it really isn't too stressful when you think about it. It's not like I need to present my case myself. I'm not going up there and like reading off the slideshow, presenting like the paper and all that stuff. But, you know, I tried to surround myself with really good people. My agency did a phenomenal job. You know, they were very accurate. They were very thorough. So really that kind of took a lot of the stress through it. The Players Union took me through the whole process before. They showed me the room. They told me how everything goes. And it just made it so streamlined and fluid that it was very, you know, easy.
The Cardinals historically, this year certainly being an example of different, have tried to avoid going to arbitration because it can be awkward, because here is somebody who's part of the organization, but you're kind of presenting the case against them, and there can sometimes be some hard feelings. How do you look at it?
I mean, it's always it's like a tough topic, right? Like, you know, how that whole thing works. But I mean, when I was in the room, I never felt like they were trying to attack me personally. They were never trying to do anything like that. They, you know, it's all like, you know, numbers and all that stuff. The commissioner's office is part of it. The Players Union is part of it. So there's just a lot going on. But no, I don't think it's any awkward. I was, you know, met a lot of front office guys yesterday before like the results were even announced, and, you know, shaking their hands, talking about looking forward to the season, everything. So everything's good.
Everything's cool.
You have to be in there in case they want to ask you questions or something?
You're just there more to be present and to be around. They don't ask you any questions or anything. So I just sat there and, you know, paid attention.
So you win. What's your reaction then?
I mean, yeah, it's obviously it's nice to have that come my way, but, you know, like nothing really changes for me in the aspect of the most important thing to me is pitching on the field. Yeah. Like that's the thing that, you know, whenever you get distracted with the thoughts about, oh, I wonder what's going to happen. Oh, I wonder what they're thinking right now. You just go back. Like the only thing that's really important to me that's like tangible that I can do is pitch better and pitch well. So that's the only thing that I've been thinking about, and I always bring myself to that whenever I find myself getting lost.
Yeah. Andre Palante is sitting down with us here on TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you on the program. Andre Palante kind enough to sit with us. You can watch our conversation live at youtube.com/TMA STL. So give me an idea here. How is the world different for you sitting here on February 14th, 2025 versus Valentine's Day of 2024?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot different when you're, you know, especially at that point of the year. We had signed a bunch of guys. We brought a bunch of new guys in. It was really, would I make the team was a very huge question mark. You know, you never didn't know what my role was. Like I knew I was trying to make the team as a bullpen arm. And, you know, it's very stressful when you're coming into spring training with that on your mind. Yeah. You know, your first bullpen is, you know, the first day of tryout. Like it's not, you know, first day of we're starting to pick things up, starting to get ready. The first game isn't like, you know, just trying to get your feet wet. It's you're trying out. So it's definitely a lot different mindset going to things. And I was just talking about it a little earlier. Like I'm excited to be in a situation where I can actually try things that I don't want to do in a game environment where I could potentially cost the team a win. You know, right. Something that I want to try and see how hitters react to it and see what happens if I just try and put that out there. And this would be a great opportunity to go about that process and see how the hitters react.
Because you know you've got a spot, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
And so therefore you can get some work in as opposed to feel like you're auditioning, right?
Yes, exactly. Like if you're trying to work on a new pitch, you're not going to do that in the middle of a tryout. You're going to try that when in a controlled environment where, you know, if you throw a 3 for a ball, you're not like in this giant hole. You know, you can try and figure it out. So.
You still working on new pitches, or have you got everything you need to be effective?
I think my base is pretty well established. If there's anything last year, I mean, so I talked to Waino and Montgomery talked to me about this 2 years ago, wherever it was. It says they take about 3 years for guys to really learn who they are as a pitcher. And I kind of felt like I understood who my base is now. I know what my base. You can always add stuff, take stuff away to try and make yourself better. But I think for me, what I have as a base is plenty good enough to be a quality starter in the big leagues. And then it's about what can help take me to the next level, what can help improve me, while also not like forgetting about my core. Because if you lose your core, that's what's really going to lead you to a bad season. Whereas they want to try and add more stuff that could, you know, potentially get you to a great season. So there's always that give and take of establishing the base, getting your base, while also trying to improve yourself.
So I'm obligated to ask then, what would you consider your base?
For me, my base is I throw 2 different fastballs on 2 halves of the plate. That one that moves glove side, one that moves arm side. Like that's my biggest base. It's fastballs. It's 2 different fastballs that are very unique in how they play. And then from that, I have 2 breaking balls, one that I throw in the zone, one that I throw out of the zone. Like, that's my base. And then the way I can mix that stuff is what breaking ball do I, maybe I try throwing both breaking balls in the zone, out of the zone. Maybe I try throwing a different fastball to the other side of the plate. Just different dynamics that, you know, I don't know how hitters are react to, or if they see it enough times, how are they going to put a swing on it and stuff like that.
Were you the kid in Little League whose coach made you pitch all 3 games of the tournament on Sunday?
I mean, there were some times like that. I had one game, actually. It's how I made varsity in high school.
What year were you when you made varsity?
My junior year. So I was going into JV, probably. And then I pitched against this club ball team. It was the Rebels. It had all the seniors from the high school team on varsity. All like the starting lineup was on there, and I was facing them, and I'm like, I'm not losing this game. I threw 160 pitches, and we won the 9th inning or something, like 2-1. And we won on like a wild pitch or something, because that's just how long it took. But like, that was the kind, like, I didn't want to, like, I wanted to lose the game, because I knew that if I won that game, it would put me to get, like, I wanted to make varsity, right? I didn't want to be on JV. So that was a pretty big stepping stone, I think. And it was, yeah, throwing 160 pitches is not something that many guys do. I know Quinn did it like, what, a year ago, 2 years ago? But it's definitely not recommended.
So it messes me up to hear a guy who's pitching in the major leagues had to sweat whether or not he was going to make varsity as a junior. I mean, then that would tell me that you were the proverbial late bloomer.
A little bit, but things happen so fast. Like, it went from, you know, my sophomore year, I was probably throwing like 78 to 81, to the end of my junior year, I was touching 91. Like, I just put on so much velocity in such a short period of time. And then by the end of my senior year, I think I touched 96.
How'd you do that? Just getting bigger and stronger, or a special workout?
Yeah, you know, I've always kind of lifted a little bit more like a bodybuilder or anything like that. Like, not bodybuilder, but like a strength trainer almost. Like, I just squatted as much weight as I could. And then eventually, I think my body just kind of caught up to where I was. Watch out!
Oh no! Doug Stein said when the wind kick. Look at Jackson's right on top of it. Look at that. But the last thing we need is just to fall on you, and then we get blamed for a Cardinal rotation taking a hit. That's amazing, man. I mean, to have that kind of increase.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, I can't even attribute it to anything. I just know, like, you know, I tried to throw the ball hard. I worked out hard. And I think my body just kind of developed, like, puberty happened at that age, and then everything just started throwing harder. And when you throw hard, it's a lot easier to pitch, for sure.
There's a lesson there. Don't give up.
Yeah,
in your high school, you may not be the star, but keep going.
Yeah.
So if you're sweating making varsity as a junior, and you got this game with the Rebels, and you got to win it to make varsity, then I can't imagine at that time you were thinking, I'd like to play Major League Baseball. But maybe you were. What was your mindset at that time?
I mean, everything's a step, right? You don't dream about the finish line before you even start the race, right? So for me, it was like, you know, what's my current next step? Is try to make varsity in high school. And it wasn't nearly that do or die, right? Like, I don't even think our junior had started yet. But, like, I knew coming into the year, it was like, okay, there's a pretty good chance I'm probably set up to go to junior varsity. Our rotation in high school was really good. We had Will Tribuker. He ended up going to the University of Michigan. And then Colby Allard, who pitched for he was drafted by the Braves, Rangers. You know, he's with the Guardians right now. I worked out with him this last offseason. So, like, that's a pretty hard rotation to crack. And then their number 1 reliever was, I was just at his wedding, Dylan Riddle. He was really good. He pitched at UCI with me. We were at UCI together. And so, like, that was really good pitchers. But there was kind of, for me, a lucky break. Colby ended up kind of hurting his back a little bit. So they needed another pitcher. And then I, had that game with the Rebels around that same time. And the things just lined up for me. But, yeah, it wasn't nearly as do or die, but things had to go right, and, it worked out.
I'm kind of surprised that after about 130 pitches, the coach said, yeah, I guess this guy can be on the team. He didn't say, no, I need another 30 pitches to see what we got.
The coach wasn't there for it. He heard about it from the actual seniors that I faced. So that's how it worked for me. Like, the coach that I was playing for at the time, I tried out for his team and 11 years old, 9 years old, something like that. So he had been around my entire, growing up playing baseball. And but he was like trying to take me out. I'm like, no, like I'm going to keep throwing. He tried to take me out for like 5 innings. I'm like, no, you're not taking me out.
How about that?
And then, but yeah, the head coach of the varsity team, Jose Comendi, was not there. He was doing he was, getting ready for the season. It was just that club ball team had he had like 9 of the guys on the varsity team. So that's how he heard about it from them, hyping me up. I think, Lucas Herbert, he was another guy drafted by the Braves. He talked me up a good bit, and some other guys, and they were able to get me on the team.
There's a hotbed of baseball activity and talent.
Oh, yeah, it was we had a really good team. We ended up winning the National High School Invitational that year in North Carolina. So that was a really cool experience. And And I don't think we ended up going very far in CIF. I think we only made it to like the semifinals or something like that. But yeah, we won that huge tournament with like 25 teams from all around the country that fly in to compete in it. So it was really, really something special.
About how many pitches can you throw now at the major league level, where it's usually maximum effort with every pitch before you realize, well, maybe come get it?
Yeah. I mean, I could probably reach back for 160, but I would need about 3-4 months before I'd touch a ball again.
Oh, don't want that.
Yeah,
don't want that. I suppose it varies start to start, though, doesn't it? Sometimes you feel great, and sometimes you feel like you got nothing.
Yeah, I mean, when you're cruising through, you're locating every pitch exactly the way you want it and stuff like that. You could throw forever. You could probably throw 400 pitches, but. Yeah, when you're not feeling it, you're not throwing strikes, you're probably like, yeah, today's probably more of a 75, 80 day. But, that's just kind of how it goes.
Are there days before you go out on the mound that whether it's going to be good, or you're kind of like, oh, it might not be good? Is that how it works?
I mean, I've had some days that you're warming up for the game and it looks horrible and you go out there and pitch great.
Yeah.
I did have one game against the Guardians at the last month of the season. I think it was my second to last start. And a fan actually said, oh, he's locked in today. And I'm like, actually, that was really good today, huh? And I had a great start, too. So that was the only time I feel like I really made the connection with shooting. Wow, I actually looked really good in the bullpen and was really good out on the field.
And there's probably days where you feel great, but every time they put the bat on the ball, it finds a hole. And days where you don't feel very good, and they hit line drives right at people.
Yeah, that always happens. Baseball's so random. How can you? No one can really direct how you hit the baseball off the bat. But sometimes it just always goes your way. Sometimes it never does.
Final thought for you. This is a different set of circumstances for both guys on the team and then fans. Paul Goldschmidt now with the Yankees. Nolan Arenado may be part of the team, may not be part of the team. The organization kind of talking about that retooling, for lack of a better term. How do the guys in the clubhouse view the set of circumstances?
I mean, everyone's ready to go out there and win baseball games. I mean, we are ready to go out there and compete and win. Doesn't matter everyone's going out there and doing their best. For us, it's really just opportunities, right? You talk about how important those opportunities are for, even in my high school story, right? Yeah. It took someone getting, hurting their back a little bit for me to get an opportunity. I threw really great and eventually got a D1 offer from that. It's this is opportunities for guys, getting, hopefully McGreevy can get a full season and stuff like that. And Liberatore establishing himself as a true starter and everything like that. Because I know, we all know they're more than capable of it. Mm-hmm. Getting those opportunities is so, everyone's hungry for that. And really excited to see what they can do with it.
Andre, we appreciate the time, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Great story,
Thanks,
too.
I appreciate it.
On the way it went down to get to varsity.
When you coach your kids, tell them 160 pitches is about normal. That's what it's going to take if you're going to make it.
That's industry standard. Thanks, man. Appreciate the time. That's Andre Palante with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Martin over there doing two Fox responsibilities. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. And you can watch the program at youtube.com/TMA STL. Martin just did a two Fox interview, and he was trying. But alas, sometimes Doug. Mm-hmm. Jackson, how's it going in that clubhouse?
Yeah, very solid. Seeds being planted. Hoping to get Lars Nootbaar on today.
Oh, wow.
A little Lars Nootbaar action. And then I just saw Brendan Donovan walk out. He's another target. So feeling good. Love the two, Alec Burleson and Palante, both outstanding.
You'd be feeling pretty good, too, if you had Design Air work on the furnace in your house.
This is why Doug's great.
Or your air conditioning if you live down here. I don't think Design Air services the Jupiter area, but I don't know. They probably would. Seth Goldcamp is so great. Fourth-generation St. Louis business. He and his family have served over 10,000 customers since 1904. They are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show, and they're proud of that. We're certainly proud to have them. Best known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty when you need them to work on your furnace or your air conditioner. They will never upsell you, always give you exactly what you need and nothing more. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. They've been in my house a few times, and they're just great. They're exactly what you would want from your furnace repairman. Their website, easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling. For all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. The website is designairservice.com.
There it is, Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email today here on TMA, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can also text into the program, 314-399-9646, and watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, 262 friends have gathered on a cold Friday morning in St. Louis to watch us, and you can hear the Marlins playing their music in the background as they enjoy their barbecue, and I can see that they are serving barbecue If you're watching on YouTube, you can see them serving the barbecue right now at approximately 7:49 Central Time. And I like that. And maybe that's what led to the 1997 World Championship.
And 03.
Yeah, thank you. Josh Beckett.
It just seems a little early to have such a heavy meal. But what do I know? They're professional athletes, and I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, we got to get the chef down there, bring him up here for a conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called TMA, and we are on 101 ESPN, the 101 ESPN app as well, and the YouTube channel. And we welcome you to participate in the program as we broadcast live from Jupiter, Florida. Cardinal spring training coverage throughout the course of the week has been brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and by Sumner One. Very grateful for both of their sponsorships on our spring training coverage. Sumner One providing print and business technology solutions that keep your workplace humming. And the name of the game is supporting the sponsors. So if you enjoy the show, support the sponsors. That's what it's all about. We will take a commercial break, come back with more TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
The NBA All-Star Game is on ESPN Sunday night. Coverage starts at 6. Your destination for the NBA in St. Louis is 101 ESPN.
Good morning, St. Louis. It's Andrew Marsh. I am at the Hardee's off of Butler Hill Road till 8 a.m. supporting the 25th annual Rise and Shine for Heat Up St. Louis. Hardee's is one of my favorite places to go for breakfast, and it should be yours, especially today, because we are heating up St. Louis for the 25th annual Hardee's Rise and Shine fundraiser. Stop by any participating Hardee's in the bi-state area. It does not have to be this one at Butler Hill Road. I'd love if you swung by, though, and said hello. And just grab a sausage biscuit or an egg biscuit, and guess what? It's $1. The special price of $1. 100% of the proceeds of all the funds collected will help heat up St. Louis, supporting people in need in both Missouri and Illinois. So get out to any participating Hardee's. I'll be out here on Butler Hill Road till 8 a.m., but Rise and Shine for Heat Up St. Louis will be taking place till 10:30 at any participating Hardee's. So get out there, get some good breakfast, and help heat up St. Louis.
Make 2025 the year you get out more at Rosalita's Cantina. Relax on the stunning patio or sip cocktails at Rosalita's Ornate Bar. Discover bold new flavors like Shrimp Diablo, blackened tiger shrimp over guajillo mashed potatoes, or indulge in a sparkling margarita with tequila, raspberry chambour, and Prosecco. Rosalita's, not just tequila, not just tacos, not just another Tex-Mex restaurant. Rosalita's is an experience for the whole family. Learn more at rosalitascantina.com.
Being first in line can be very important to homeowners. First in line for the plumber. First in line for the HVAC guy. First at Banner Construction. It's Banner Construction's winter home event. And you can be first in line this spring and save before the annual price increases. Banner Construction is a James Hardy and Pella window replacement specialist. And now is the best time to schedule a free in-home consultation with no obligation. Call 314-569-1050 or see us on the web and have a banner day.
Go! You might have heard Doug Voss and Safe Money Radio. His shows have been on several radio stations for many years. Now he can be heard every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. on 101 ESPN. He is super excited to get to the ESPN audience as he is a huge St. Louis sports fan. Doug is an expert at minimizing the impact of market volatility on his clients' assets. So catch Safe Money Radio every Sunday at 10 a.m. on 101 ESPN. Doug Voss is a registered representative. Securities offered through D.H. Hill Securities, LLLP, member FINRA and SIPC.
Jamie Rivers here, and I'm with my great friend Katie from Elite Heating and Cooling. And one thing that you like to talk about, Katie, is the fact that people can trust Elite.
Absolutely. Yep. That is our goal. In 2023, we did just earn the BBB Torch Award for ethics, but we want to earn their trust. We realize that you've got to trust the people that are in your home, not just with your equipment, but with the indoor air quality and the quality of your home.
And that's what you call great customer service. And that's what you get over there at Elite Heating and Cooling.
Correct. We want to give you a consultative review of everything that's been offered. If you have a problem and there's a situation that needs to either be a repair or replacement, we're going to go through those thoroughly so that you understand everything that needs to be done.
And I know myself, talking to Katie and her husband, that they pride themselves on making sure the customer feels safe and the customer can trust what Elite Heating and Cooling is doing. So please give them a call, book an appointment.
No gimmicks, just guarantees. Let us earn your trust at EliteComfortExperts.com.
Since 1991, St. Louis has served as the gateway to the best men's basketball tournament. Arch Madness. Experience buzzer beaters, madness, and Missouri Valley Conference glory. And it begins here. The 2025 State Farm MVC Men's Basketball Tournament, presented by Credit Union One and Great Southern Bank, tips off March 6th through the 9th. Celebrate 35 years of Arch Madness. Get your tickets now at archmadness.com.
Open up your 101 mobile app for your chance to win free tickets.
Broadcasting live from Cardinals spring training, this is TMA on 101 ESPN. Presented by CarStar and Sumner One.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After. And it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 101 ESPN and YouTube. YouTube.com/TMA STL. 280 friends are gathered, Doug, watching us and really watching the Marlins barbecue. And I noticed during the commercial break that now they've added kind of that trumpet that they play at Faroe Field when there's a third down for the opposition.
Yeah.
I mean, it is festive down there.
It sounded like they had a mariachi band.
Yeah.
Guy with a big swollen guitar. They're dancing down there. This is baseball season.
I will give you, straight to your Venmo, $100.
Oh, yeah.
If you can name 5 members of the Miami Marlins without going into your laptop.
Oh, okay. Well, since you put that qualifier on there, I won't be able to do it.
Just an immediate concession.
You probably could have lowered it to about 3.
Jackson had to hand me $20 in cash yesterday for a golf wager. I will hand you that money back, and I will give it to you 5-fold if you can name 5 members of the Miami Marlins.
Boy. Well, Sandy Alcantara.
Nice.
It's getting thin. They had a pitcher, I think, from St. Louis.
Yeah, I can't give that as one.
No, certainly not. Didi Gregorius, he's still playing for him.
He's playing for a different team.
They got rid of Jazz Chisholm. That was it.
Yeah, he's over at the Yankees. I think at this point, I can't just let you start naming people and hoping that 5 hit.
I don't know if I can name 5. I named Sandy Alcantara. Did Doug get one?
I wonder if we went down there, if we could ask a guy, and then maybe he could name 5. I'm not sure that's
like
the case.
It's like the hitting coach.
Well, now that I think about it,
you got anything?
We've forgotten about Anthony Veneziano and Jesus Tinoco, Connor Norby. Xavier Edwards, I should have got that. He was on my fantasy team.
They
last
have
year.
a guy from St. Louis, I swear. He was raking.
Don't forget Davison De Los Santos.
Yeah, Jackson forgot him.
Can I give you my
I feel pretty good getting
lineup?
one. Yeah, that's you talk to the Marlins manager.
Tim, we didn't win. I'll make it up to you. Sorry for letting you down. I'll gather up our wives and we'll beg for forgiveness. That is from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. And then he sent a screenshot. Oh, the Masters tournament raffle that Olive and Oak was doing.
That's right.
The winner, Nathan McMahill. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Play for the Marlins?
I don't know if he's part of the Marlins or not, but I know he's going to the Masties, courtesy of that Olive and Oak raffle. That was a glorious prize.
That's outstanding.
Congratulations. I'm not familiar with Nathan's work, but maybe he will invite me, and we can go down to Augusta National together, assuming I don't qualify, by the way.
There's still a chance for that?
I don't.
What would you have to do at this point?
Well, I shot 85 from the blended tees yesterday, which played about 6,400 yards at the Preserve at Iron Horse.
Mm-hmm. That's probably good enough.
I would guess. I mean, can Scheffler do that?
No, if he's not here, he can't.
See? Think about that. So
if he'd just show up, we could judge him better.
Yeah, but I don't think I think he maybe shoot 87 or 88.
I think so. With
But
that
from 6,400 yards, he ain't going to do that.
No.
Guys, they traded Jake Berger to the Rangers. Good show prep. That's from the ghost of Billy Husso's past.
Well, we didn't
know
even
he had a
mention.
ghost.
No.
Jackson is thinking of Jake Berger from St. Louis. That's correct. He's
That's
fire up CB.
I believe he was, yeah.
Martin would have gotten that one. As
Pretty good power hitter.
As a fellow K-Det. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to text in your harassment of us at 314-399-9646. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you on the program. Doty on the ones and twos. Doty, can you turn on your mic real quickly? Because I want to, I would normally do this at the end of the presentation as we sign off for the week, but I really want to call attention because it is so deserved and it is so critical to what has transpired this week on the show. And that is Doty not only driving down here last week to be here and test everything on Sunday, but then the last 2 nights you've driven back. You go across the state to Tampa after the show, and then you drive back from Tampa. Doug, that's on the Gulf side. Because your son lives over there, you know that. And then he drives across the state over to Jupiter.
It's almost 4 hours.
Yeah, it's. I've been setting my alarm for like 12:30, 12:45.
What time do you go to bed?
One night was 9:30.
So you got a good 3 hours and 15 minutes of sleep.
Yeah, his power nap.
Yeah, Jackson's power nap.
Yeah.
To come back, because you've done this now back and forth.
I was originally going to leave it on Wednesday, but I didn't want to leave you guys high and
Look
dry.
at that.
So.
What a commitment.
I mean, for real. I can't say enough about that.
Because they had rooms for me. They had a room for me Sunday through Wednesday, and then they did.
And then the next closest hotel was in Tampa.
They had a room, and then they didn't.
Well, we offered him a spot on the couch in our Airbnb.
Yeah, after I already made plans to meet with my buddy up in Orlando.
I didn't know what your plans were.
And then he said, Mo, let him in today. John Mozeliak let him in the place.
Yeah. He was, there's more to the story, but I'll just let it go there.
All right,
Martin
fair.
knows.
Well, I mean, this thing does not go off as well as it does without you doing that.
Thank you.
And we cannot thank you enough.
I appreciate it. I've really had fun, a lot of fun. So, and I enjoy doing this.
Doty's a good audience. He's got an Ed McMahon laugh. So
he does.
When the player says something funny and we're like, wasn't that funny? Doty gives him a laugh, and then the player feels better, and they're going to come back on. Burleson just told me, he goes, dude, those questions, you were looking intimidating. I said, was I? And I said, I'm kind of focused today because I got to get a lot of interviews. He goes, yeah, you got to lighten up. And I said, okay. Burleson told me to lighten up.
He's coaching you up.
Yeah.
You missed
he fun?
Yeah, he was great. Well, he holed out back in Carolina from 180 yards out with a 7-iron. And then I pointed out Jackson's unfortunate incident on Tuesday with the hybrid from 186. And Burleson said, yeah, we got to work on that.
That was tough. That was getting it from Alec Burleson.
Who is a friend of the...
that's a friend of the show. Possibly the friendliest of the show. I don't know.
The friendliest of the bunch?
Yeah, still a couple hours to go. So
DJ Burley Biscuits. Jackson.
A lot of seeds were planted.
Jackson approached Miles Michaelis, and Michaelis said, I have to throw today, which is like for the pitchers, it's a big thing. He said, but I can try and stop by on my way in. He said, how long are you on there? Jack said, we're on till 12. He said, okay, I'll try and do it on the way back. So he said, sorry about that.
Wow.
Very kind.
You
Very
really
kind.
must have appeared pathetic because he said, sorry.
I was very kind. I was like, I totally get it, Miles. Whenever you can get a chance.
You allowed him to do his work. You said, you do.
I just put my hands up and I was like, no, I don't want to be a bother.
I like when a player says, if it's okay, I got to go do some hitting. I'm like, I would prefer you do something. I mean, I think that's the focus of spring training. That should be the first goal.
Oh, wrong. They got to come here first. This is where you start.
This is where it all goes down. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the morning after. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and this week's Cardinal spring training coverage presented to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and by Sumner One, providing print and business technology solutions that keep your workplace humming. You can go back and podcast anytime. I would recommend that. PLTD, the podcast brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gosrow's team at Schaefer Door Company, and they do wonderful work. Doug, you've worked with them a couple times, and we recommend them wholeheartedly here on this program. They're online at SchaeferDoor.com. Doug, I'm going to give you just a guessing game because I know you love them.
I do.
How do you spell Schaefer?
Schaefer. Can you use it in a sentence first?
Man, my garage door spring broke. Who should I call? Maybe Schaefer?
Nation of origin, please.
That's a good one. German, I assume?
German? Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Okay, I'm
From
going
a
to try
long line of garage people.
Schaefer. S-C-H.
Is that right? That's
A-E-F-E-R, Schaefer?
Yes!
Okay, good.
SchaeferDoor.com.
I was homeschooled.
It's German, and it means shepherd or steward. And I think
Jason Gostrow is a shepherd of Garage Door Springs.
they can shepherd your garage door to greatness.
That's exactly
Tell them
right.
to fire their ad agency. We just workshopped this.
And we got 20, this. We'll do it
20
ourselves.
seconds.
Schaefer Door, sponsor the podcast here on TMA and throughout the day on 101 ESPN. Plus, as many of our advertisers do, they set up a number specifically for TMA listeners, and that's what they've done for you to call or text any garage door issues you have, 636-782-3608. They also service commercial doors, so if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. We are live at Cardinals spring training, already joined by Alec Burleson and Andre Palante in the 7 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. And for the first time this week, I would tell you that some threatening clouds have rolled in off the Atlantic Ocean. And hello again, everybody.
I know, a little ominous. What got me a little. I just checked the forecast. There's no rain in the forecast, but I do see the same clouds you're seeing, Tim. And the ominous is the best way to describe it.
But I am enjoying the cloud cover. Can't
it is
beat
nice.
it.
It was hot here for about the first hour of the program.
Doty's Blue Canopy has been really
Glorious.
probably the number one star of the week.
Yeah.
The weather itself.
Do we have
probably
3 stars like the Blues game?
Have you guys talked about Walter's kids yet?
Yeah.
Brady Tkachuk, Matthew Tkachuk, both scored 2 goals for the U.S. team in the Four Nations. I wanted to stay in and watch it. Doug insisted we go out to eat, so I didn't see it. But
I
4
assume
goals.
Jackson stayed back to watch it.
He recorded it.
I had it on my phone.
On your phone the whole time? How about that? Montreal crowd booing the U.S. during the anthem. I think some of it's the tariff war, but I think some of it's just hockey. They don't like the U.S. when it comes to hockey in Canada, but the U.S. will take on Canada on Saturday night.
How do you do? Jackson, will you be watching it?
Yeah, I'll be locked in.
And Matthew Tkachuk, who just won a Stanley Cup, said this game is going to be the biggest game of his career.
How about that?
Yeah.
I don't want to correct Doug, but I think Brady said it. I'm sorry.
Unbelievable.
I don't I just want to save him from the text line. He didn't say that.
Oh, well, I just read one of them said. I thought it was him.
Well, I think it was Brady because he hasn't had the big moments like Matthew, but it would be great if Matthew said it.
Brady liked to chuck him, right? He'll scrap.
Oh, yeah. He knocked over Nico Mikkola, the old Blues player.
Who was traded to the Rangers with Tarasenko in 2023. Is my nurse around to confirm that? Nurse?
I don't know.
JC
But you're right. I see it was Brady Tkachuk that said it. My apologies. My deepest apologies.
To the whole family?
Yeah. You're going to take some time
apologize
away
for the whole
and,
family,
and
yeah.
reflect.
Jesus, dartbag. Get it right.
Yeah.
It wasn't Tim.
Yeah, I had
Give me a couple weeks away. I'll stay down here while you guys go back to St. Louis.
As
And you're going to think
punishment,
about it.
You want to go in the suspension log and just stay behind?
Yeah, I'm just going to walk the beach here for a couple weeks. See if I can get over the mistaken brother comment.
Brady Tkachuk said this to ESPN. It was a dream come true to play on a line with Matthew. He said, my first thought was my parents, my sister, and all of our family, how happy they must be, how excited they must be. But I thought if we're getting together, we ought to play good and stick together. They were on a line with Jack Eichel, and they wound up shipping the Finns, Doug, 6-1. And that brings back memories of Lake Placid, doesn't it?
Well, not really. It's been a while now. It's been, 45 years or so?
Give or take.
When I saw the final score and read about it, I didn't think Lake Placid. And I thought, oh, good, we won the first game of this tournament.
This is why you're not KMOV anymore, because you don't have to.
Maybe not quite as passionate about the hockey.
You don't have. You're not framing things in that way.
Okay.
I would think the Four Nations organizers, the dream scenario is the U.S. is playing Canada in this big game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's perfect.
Why they hate the finish?
Yeah, that is a good question.
Pretty outstanding flag.
I would like to go to Helsinki.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
They were kind just to let him in, when Russia should probably be the 4th team in.
Yeah, sanctions.
Yeah.
Hey, Doug.
Allow it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the chairman is dropping by the program. Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning, fellas. I got some audio of one of the goals last night from that game if you want to take a listen.
Oh, Cats and Dogs, the chairman. Nicely done.
All right.
And the shoot shot. Oh, there's a rebound shot. Oh, Billy Smith from the 80 playoffs in overtime. Billy Smith for the New York Islanders made a save like that. I'm sure he did. Oh, his helmet wasn't as nice. Holy moly. Oh, I think we're more excited up here than the fans are. They're closer than we are. Come on, man. Okay, keep going. Focus.
Was that Gary Thorne?
Wow.
That was from the game last night.
Yeah, USA Finland.
If we could have given that guy a script. That was USA Finland.
I think that was the fourth goal.
Yeah, you could have given that guy a script. It would have come out better than that. I mean, that was just outstanding. Great work, Chairman.
Friend of the show, Jeremy Rutherford, our hockey insider,
Yes.
said this week would be officially complete if Scooby-Doo arrives and takes off Doty's mask, and it's actually Arenado.
Oh, my. He's been here the whole time?
That would be
Producing our program.
That would be quite
Engineering
the reveal.
broadcast.
Did you get into that earlier, Tim, about how Mo did talk to reporters yesterday afternoon? They had an event over at Roger Dean. It was like spring training media day. And he talked to the scribes here, and he said now it's more and more likely that Arenado is going to be a Cardinal.
I have taken out a fourth mortgage. Doug says I got a 21.5% rate.
Not bad.
And now I will prepare to Venmo the listeners who I wagered with. And in the meantime, I think we're closing on that fourth mortgage at some point when we get back, and I will do it on Monday. And then I will load up my Venmo and hope against hope he winds up with our friends down there having the barbecue and playing mariachi music.
If Arenado's a Cardinal, Tim's going to lose his carport.
Yeah, right, I lose my carport.
Does he realize what's riding on this?
It's fun to get underwater financially because of your gambling debts.
Because of gambling.
Good times.
It's a live read.
For years, you would just make an Art Schlichter joke, and now people are like, who in the hell is that?
Yeah.
It was the Ohio State quarterback. Goes to the end, had a really bad gambling.
Oh, is that right?
Now I think it's John Tate.
God, it even dates Tim.
Tate
I'm
Porter.
too far back.
Guys, this Doty driving to Tampa back-to-back nights to get an 8-ball just so he can get set up a bake sale table for these cute boys is priceless. That's from the self-made, stay-at-home Ledoux mom. And Doty, she has a monogramming business that has been very successful. And she also won the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Month in January. So that is a great win for you to have the self-made, stay-at-home Ledoux mom calling in and texting into the program on your behalf.
We do like to say she with air quotes.
Yeah, Doug's skeptical that it's actually a lady, but she's self-made and she lives in Ledoux.
No, not a lady.
Did she pick up a prize pack? Do we have eyes on her?
Yeah, has she picked up the prize pack?
That's a good question. I do not know.
Is there a prize pack?
No, probably not.
But she just won Email of the Month, right?
Right.
She didn't win Listener of the Month. There's no prize pack to pick up. Email of the Month is a prestige thing. It's like it's a real feather in your cap, but there is no prize pack, unfortunately, for the email.
Is one, because you made a distinction between listener and emailer.
Right.
Texter, is one worthy of a prize pack?
Yeah, Listener of the Month. Now, your email performance can certainly boost.
you.
It can
Okay,
boost your
That's
resume.
exactly right.
It's
That's
like
exactly right. So you can win the Cy Young and you can win the MVP, but one doesn't necessarily lead to the other. But I would tell you this, Martin, it's going to be very tough to win the MVP as a pitcher if you don't win a Cy Young as well. You follow me on that?
Yeah, it's kind of like winning like
nice.
Well, they have the Nickelodeon game on the NFL, and you win the MVP
Doug,
of that
the
game.
Nickelodeon
What
game.
in the world?
You win MVP of the Nickelodeon game. I think they call it the MVP. But it really, like, you don't win much. You know, it's not like you get, like, I think maybe you get some hardware, but it's not.
You said that with a straight face. I did take your ADD medicine.
Hi, Mike.
I took your ADD medicine, and now it's affecting the show.
Now I'm out. So
You're
there's
out.
Oh, you're fresh out?
Yeah.
You better get home.
No, I'll be all right.
What time you boys land on that, eh?
I think 10. Then we got to stop over in O'Hare.
Oh, my God. I don't fly out till 7:20 out of Lauderdale, and I beat you home.
Really?
Yes. Martin just eye rolled.
Is it a direct flight?
It is.
Oh, my gosh. Your chairman booked it for you?
Chairman booked it.
Make
Thank you,
sure
Chairman.
Tim gets back. Will you be doing press when you land, or is that?
I will. I'm going to sign, actually, because I know a lot of kids come out and they want me to.
He'll get off the
sign
plane doing the Princess Wave.
The Princess Wave. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Doug, we have a dossier. It's brought to you by Stiefel. Do you know anything about Stiefel?
Well, I do. I think everyone in St. Louis knows the name by now, or they should, because they've been around forever, and it is pronounced Stiefel. There's been some confusion about that. It's definitely Stiefel, founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890, still headquartered there today. Stiefel is proud to have called St. Louis home For 135 years with financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services, and as a full-service investment bank, basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. And they are one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is, where success meets success. It's no wonder why they've decided to partner with a winning program like this one. Stifel and TMA, that's where success meets success. Stifel is a partner with the St. Louis Cardinals and the St. Louis Blues and the Stifel Charity Classic, and they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and our future.
How about this anecdote from Jake Reynolds in the YouTube chat? When I worked at the Ritz, when the Marlins were in town, one left their custom-made PS5 in the look of a Reebok box, so ran down to the stadium to drop it off with the team.
Wow.
How about Jake Reynolds? And I think he's one listener of the month, Doug.
He has. And when he says the look, it was no doubt the back. What's he talking about? He said he found it in the look?
I don't know. I have no idea what that means.
So he found
his ADD medicine.
Found the PS5 and delivered it to the Marlins.
Either way,
so he should be invited to the barbecue.
Yeah, he should. He should be a friend of the program down there. How's the barbecue going?
They got propane tanks the size of humans.
Yeah, Doug's scared that one of those things is
going to... If they blow, we're all going to take shrapnel.
Yeah, I'd have to
There's
think.
not a one of us
I mean, they
get
have
out
like
of here
3
alive.
trucks.
I mean, we'll keep
just for
broadcasting,
food.
but we might be on fire. We'll just keep broadcasting.
Do what you got to do.
The Cardinals are trying to beef up their player development. The Marlins are trying to beef up their barbecue game.
Barbecue.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is TMA, and we are broadcasting live from Jupiter, Florida here on 101 ESPN and on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. Let's see what I got here. Chairman, please check the tape from the Fastlane show yesterday at 2:14 p.m. They thanked everyone on the show but Jackson for all the great interviews down in Jupiter. Wow.
I'm texting with the great Marshy Marsh right now to confirm.
To hold him accountable.
Well, to find out if that's true.
Well, you're skeptical of what the 636 has texted into the program. I mean, Chairman can pull that audio. I realize Chairman's running around doing a bunch of things back there, but I mean, we can.
I know Marshy's listening right now, so I'm
How do you know he's listening?
He's texting me.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to pull the audio and then find out, is there kind of something that should have stayed in the room and now it's out there? People know
he said,
there's something internal.
Marshy said, can confirm.
Oh, fast lane. I'm a fast lane lemming now. I'm joining the Viper Pit on their YouTube channel.
Can confirm.
Wow.
Everybody
but me?
Are you gasping?
I mean, I don't do this for the accolade. I don't do it for the
What do you do it for?
The listener, the people.
The paycheck.
Journalism, that too. But, it doesn't hurt to, get an attaboy every once in a while, especially from Jamie Rivers, who I look up to,
I thought you were sideways with him, and you always invite him into the studio to scrap.
I was sideways, but I learned the error of my ways, and I now look up to him, and so to not get anything from him.
And to get this news on the heels of someone bogarting your medication, it's been a tough day.
So you live for the attaboys.
I don't live for the attaboys.
But you enjoy a good
appreciate
attaboy.
them. Appreciate them. But listen, I'm not going to. My work won't be thrown off by it.
Well, I'm sorry. They need to stay out of TMA business, okay? Remember when the GM of the White Sox got really mad? Oh, and he said, you tell him, it was Frank Thomas chimed in on something White Sox, and then they're interviewing Ken Williams in the tunnel. He goes, you tell him to stay out of White Sox business. So I'm going to stand up for Jackie and say, you stay out of TMA business.
I'm all for it myself, and I'm a Stalter, Davis, Rivers, and Marshy Marsh Lemming, and I think they thanked the right people.
Oh wow!
And
Jackson,
and I think that that was what needed to be done. So Jackson,
Listen, I'm not going to let it. I still love all those guys. They're my guys, but that's just, it hurts. My name is like, it's right there. I'm sitting right here. It's like, it's almost like you'd have to ignore me.
You think it was purposeful?
I doubt it. We've all been on live radio. Sometimes you just have a brain fart, and that happens.
Oh.
That's what I was saying.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Please.
You went into this week a little nervous.
Yeah.
And we joke about it, but it is an intimidating room because you're a young guy walking in there.
Sure.
How do you feel now as opposed to the beginning of the week?
Certainly better. But I really, in all seriousness, Martin has been super, super helpful, kind of guiding me, said, yeah, go talk to Miles Michaelis, go do this. And he'll go grab a guy for TV, and he'll come out for radio. So having Martin as kind of my steward, my shepherd, my Schaefer.
Wow, my steward?
My shepherd, my Schaefer.
We got to write that down.
Wow.
Yeah, we're going to add that.
My
steward, my shepherd, my Schaefer.
That's been write that down. That's really helpful, because I've talked about before, I'm not classically trained in journalism. That wasn't my my area of study. So this is like journalism school on the job.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this job is it requires a minimum of a decade of education.
Classical education.
Right, maybe a master's.
It's not possible to be classically educated in journalism.
Why do you hate Medill?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Newhouse.
Newhouse, Syracuse. Is it Cronkite, Arizona State?
That's right.
That's right.
Is that right?
Yeah, Sun
But we're
Devils.
talking about journalism.
Did she go to Arizona State?
I think so.
Did she?
I think so. I
Where is she?
think she's Cronkite.
Sounds right.
I've seen her walking around here.
Yeah.
I was talking to Claves during dinner, and she was talking to my wife during dinner, and she was talking about Arizona, but I don't know if it was Arizona Wildcats or Arizona State. And I think Arizona State has turned into a pretty good journalism school.
Yeah, it's huge.
Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I had a friend from high school go there do
Herb.
broadcast. No, Herb is not in broadcasting, which is a mistake.
Yeah, he's only making a bunch of money. What was he in Tokyo? Now New York City. That's a mistake.
He is in New York City now.
Friend of the show, Matt Holliday, yesterday listened back. He wanted to find the Ale Marmol interview, and then he listened back. He said, "Great interview."
How about that? He usually kind of likes to rip this production.
Yeah. Well, I told him. I said Ale was on. He was kind of busting my balls, and Matt Holliday said, "Rightfully so."
God bless. Yep, on board.
You're on board with that too? Wow.
Yep. Do you know the name of the gaffer, the key grip, who worked on The Godfather? No. Linger in the background and do the grunt work and be grateful, Jackson. That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
First of all, Gordon Willis, director of photography and cinematographer on that film, The Prince of Darkness.
The thing is, we don't know if he's just making anything up.
No, Gordon Willis. That's very real.
Gordon Willis, who was also on Different Strokes, played by Todd Bridges. Am I right on that, Doug?
It sounds right.
Gordon Willis was the cinematographer, director of photography on Godfather, and he shot everything really, really dark, and people didn't really love that, but it turns out that was a great way to shoot it. Gordon Willis.
I can't get over the
Martin's facial reaction.
I'm still thinking about my savior, my shepherd, my Schaefer. I can't get past that.
Yeah, well, I'm a wordsmith.
Okay.
Wordsmith.
I will gape that herb. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Wu Train is ASU all day. She was at the playoff game. Is that right? She went to the ASU Texas game?
I don't know.
Is that the one with all the missed kicks?
That was a great game.
That was a great game.
That was
they
double
got
overtime?
banged on a call at midfield. There was a pass interference call,
big time.
right?
Yeah, big time. And then they zero blitzed on fourth down in overtime.
That's right.
Texas scored.
Oh, let's find her and bring up a sore subject. We can go through Missouri and Tyus Edney. Fleet kicker. We went over that with a fleet kicker with Michael Hellman. He's a Nebraska guy.
Made him go ZOU.
Yeah,
he regretted it.
Fifth down, Norfolk State. Doug, what's the worst one of them all? What do you think the worst one of them all is?
It's probably one of those NCAA tournament losses. Norfolk State, UCLA, probably one of those.
Yeah, you're
because
Sweet
you had
16 if you beat UCLA.
Yeah, you had a team that had a chance to go all the way. A chance, anyway.
Fifth down, they weren't going anywhere.
No.
97, good team, weren't going anywhere.
Norfolk State, you're a 2. That was a pretty damn good team. And it's on
Jackson, Jackson's now going through it again.
It's on the heels of all of those Mizzou disappointments. I think people thought this is the one time we're going to really
just won the Big 12
kick down
tournament.
the door. Yeah, this is going to be. This time it's different, except it wasn't.
Trimming down.
It's right up there.
God.
Maybe if Frank Haith had been yelling "Mouse in the house," they would have had a
They
better.
didn't have any. Ricardo Ralph was like their biggest guy, like 6'8".
Yeah, I didn't really want you to break it down. I mean, I was.
Don't bring it up.
I was just.
The worst one was
joshing.
Wacko says Herb is a magnet for beautiful women.
Herb has a lovely girlfriend of like 5 years, so I'm not gonna,
What's he waiting on? 5 years is a long time.
I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
He's in New York City.
Call
People
in,
don't
Herb.
get married before 30 in New York City.
Okay. Call in Herb. Does the Warson Woods Wacko know Herb?
Yes. Homecoming from Mizzou last year, I was hanging out with Herb and a couple buddies, and we stopped by Warson Woods Wacko's tailgate. He was kind enough to have some food out there.
Yeah, but he raved about some girl that Herb and you were with.
Herb's ex-girlfriend was with us. Yeah.
Herb was hanging out with his ex. What's his current girlfriend think about that, huh?
I'm not sure. Probably not my place. I assume
Herb
it's
is
okay.
getting gaped.
I assume it's all. I know it's all in the up and up. Herb's great people.
All right.
Truly is.
Sounds like there's going to be an
It's
investigation.
this has been a big Herb hour on the show. This hour brought to you by Schaefer, Shepherd, and Herb.
Guys, Doug Smith and the Missouri Tigers losing to Oklahoma in the Great 8. That's from the 314. Doug Smith and the Missouri Tigers did not lose to Oklahoma, though. That was Arthur Johnson, Ricky Paulding, Cream Rush losing to Oklahoma. I was at that. You were at that,
in
too.
San Jose.
2002.
Beat UCLA maybe on the
That's
Friday
right.
game or the Thursday game?
It was Thursday. UCLA had upset number 1 seed Cincinnati. Am I right on that,
Is it
Doug?
still Jim
I don't
Herrick?
remember the years, Tim.
Got to do some show prep around here.
All right.
Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That's how you can compete for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. You can watch the program along with many friends like, let's see, Rex Anderson, Don Pepe, Brandon Baker, Jake Reynolds, John N., DJ Patty Cakes, and old Dusty Spunk's in there, too. That's fun
Dusty
to see.
Spunks.
Yeah, he's in there. And he's talking it over with Joe Whitner. So they're in there. They're talking. And it's good to see them talk. And you can talk it over, too, at youtube.com/TMASTL. The program is called The Morning After. It airs from Jupiter, Florida this week. Brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
Come in. Joe, I wasn't expecting to see you. Why does everybody say that? I came to congratulate you. No joke. Well, it was a hard-fought campaign. Campaign? I'm talking about #1 Frank Lita. Ah, yes. Frank Lita, Mitsubishi in Bridgeton. We love the $29 down, don't we? Every vehicle, just $29 down. I'm being serious right now. Get a new car and put your tax refund in the bank. Thanks to Frank Lita, Mitsubishi. Guess what? By the way, get 0% financing for 60 months. Acres of new Mitsubishis, and we love that new Outlander. What a terrific vehicle. Plus acres of pre-owned. But what about financing? Come on, man. All you need is a job and $29. And it can happen very quickly. At Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi. In the automotive outlet in Bridgeton. YesLita.com, Jack.
Based on the National Mitsubishi Report 9124. New 25 Mirage, 19.3, 29 down, 320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR. Plus tax title to qualified buyers.
Fellas, it's Kerry Davis. Could you benefit a little extra in the bedroom? Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew's tablets are a performance enhancement for the bedroom and can help men gain extra confidence when it's time to perform. Blue Chew is an online prescription service, so there are no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, no waiting in line at the pharmacy, and it ships directly to your door in a discreet package. If you could benefit from the extra confidence when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. And if you're ready for a great offer, how about free? BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider and get your first month free, and then you'll be ready to chew it and do it. Your partner wants you to do it, whatever it takes to make your sex life better, and Blue Chew is your secret weapon in the bedroom or wherever you decide to get it on. Professional athletes, we perform, we train all the time, but how about performance enhancement with no training required? That's right. I'm talking Blue Chew. Turn oh no into oh yes. Visit BlueChew.com.
Farming's hard. To feed the world, farmers have to work the land, brave the elements, and fight the battle against weeds. Weeds reduce crop yields, so prices go up and everybody gets less to eat. But 50 years ago, farmers got a new tool to fight weeds, glyphosate. It kills weeds while protecting the harvest. Time and again, it has been approved by the EPA and by leading regulatory bodies around the world. It helps enable practices that reduce erosion and keep soil healthy, which is good for the earth. Farming's hard, but it's a little easier with glyphosate. Learn more at go.bayer.com/glyphosate. Paid for by Bayer.
Planning to propose this Valentine's Day? Shane Company has your back. Our easy process to create your dream engagement ring is rock solid. 1, pick your ring setting. 2, choose your center stone. 3, personalize it. With our wide selection of beautiful settings and hand-picked diamonds and gemstones, all at competitive prices, your ring will be as unique as your love story. We'll hand-set your ring in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store and protect it with our free lifetime warranty. Walk in with a dream, walk out with the ring that will take their breath away. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You wouldn't trust a butcher to babysit your pet pig. You wouldn't trust a lumberjack to repair your antiques. Or a professional wrestler to be your massage therapist. So why would you trust anyone but AMCO to fix your car? For over 50 years, we've been the trusted experts in transmission repair.
AMCO offers easy payment plan options for most any credit situation, so you can fix it fast and pay it off slow at AMCO.
AA MCO.
President's Day deals now at Dobbs. Click on GoToDobbs.com and save on Sumitomo, Goodyear, BF Goodrich, and Cooper tires, oil changes, alignments, brakes, and more. Dobbs, the real deal for real deals since 1976.
Sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off, free UPS shipping, and add code RADIO for an extra 5% off.
Take the fast lane home weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. with Anthony Stalter, Jamie Rivers, and Carrie Davis on 101 ESPN. Two former pros and one average Joe. The fast lane is driven by Scrap Mart Metals Recycling. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Kachuk brothers were the star of the show last night in the Four Nations face-off, each scoring twice in Team USA's 6-1 win over Finland. Team USA will take on Canada tomorrow. You can hear that right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them online at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. We're live from Jupiter, Florida. Cardinals spring training coverage all week brought to you by Sumner One and CarStar. You are welcome to participate in the program by texting in 314-399-9646, by emailing in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com, and participating in the chat at YouTube.com/TMASTL. 322 friends gathered. Doug, you wanted to talk to DJ Patty Cakes and Brandon Baker and a guy named Jose. Okay. We saw a guy named Jose walk behind us. His name is Jose Oquendo. And Martin, you tried to get him on the program.
He said he didn't have permission.
That's correct.
So the man's been part of the organization for 40 years. He has a red jacket. He's a Cardinals Hall of Famer, the secret weapon. Tim, I don't know if you knew this. They called him the secret weapon.
No, I didn't know that one.
He said, nope, don't have permission. Now, I did see Izzy late in the day yesterday. I said, radio tomorrow. He said, doubt it. So that would be a non...
I think they don't need permission. That's just a nice way of saying no thank you.
And the thing with Isringhausen is he is a loyal listener and will text me during the program.
Oh, really?
But when he sees the program live and in person, seems to have an intense disdain for it.
Shakes his head. It's pretty clear. He's not hiding it.
Right. Yeah, and we appreciate the transparency.
He enjoys sharing his disdain.
Yeah, we appreciate the transparency. On today's program, we were joined by Alec Burleson and by Andre Palante. Jackson, who else can you tell the listeners are coming up on this Stiefel dossier?
Hoping to get Miles Michaelis. He's throwing live today, so he said afterwards that he would try to come out here and join us. And then Lars Nootbaar. We're hopeful on Lars Nootbaar to come out here and join us. And then still waiting on Jordan Walker if he does arrive to get him on the program.
Jordan Walker was dealing with something. He himself said it was not a serious situation. It's probably not for us to talk about, but he did explain what the situation was. And he's not here today, so he still may be tending to that. At least we haven't seen him.
Yeah,
for the record. Maybe he is here and just in a different area of the building, but Lars Nootbaar, Miles Michaelis are both on the dossier.
I would say.
The dossier is brought to you by Stiefel. The email of the day is brought to you by Design Air. That's Seth Goldcamp and his business, and they are the longest-running sponsor on this program, and we are grateful for their support. DesignAirService.com is where you can go should you run into any issues with your heating system when the weather is as cold as it is. Doug, currently 22 degrees in St. Louis. Wind gusts up to 19 miles an hour.
Oh, nice.
Probably making it feel a little colder. And I have to tell you that the forecast is for snow on Sunday. Martin, when you've been doing Tufox stuff, have you heard any forecast stuff about any accumulation on Sunday?
I have not specifically listened, but I felt like there was always a threat this weekend for more. They just like to say there's more weather coming.
I like that. There's more weather coming.
Well, if you're running any issues with your heating system, here's what you do. You just type in designairservice.com, and immediately you're chatting with someone, and then Seth Goldcamp and his staff, they're going to be over there super quick, super fast, and in a hurry. And what they pride themselves on and how they've earned business for generations, because Seth is fourth generation, is no upselling. You don't have to worry about that when they come over and they're going, oh, well, now we got to do this and we got to do that. And you're going, holy cow, I just thought this was going to be an easy fix. No. DesignAirService.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Seth be the shepherd of the furnace?
Good question. That's a good question.
Jackson, is he the shepherd of the furnace?
I'd
Is that
say.
possible? Okay.
I'd say. And of your AC.
Oh, that's right. Don't limit it to just the winter. Don't forget, March 15th at the Frontenac Hilton, a great event raising money for our veterans. My friends in Perryville that have that beautiful replica wall, the Vietnam Wall. It's an unbelievable national memorial. It's Missouri's National Veterans Memorial. That's a great spot, but they have an event in St. Louis every year raising money for our veterans. March 15th, Marcia Falk, Jackie Smith. So it's a football conversation, great evening of storytelling. I'll be hosting with Marshall and Jackie while we're also raising money for the veterans. It's pretty simple. Just call, book your table, book your seat. If there's some companies listening, it'd be a great event to bring folks from your business. You can buy that table at 573-517 Willie McGee, Steve Carlton. Willie McGee, Steve Carlton. That's 5132. 517-5132. It's the 573 area code. March 15th at the Frontenac Hilton. Great event, raising money for our veterans.
Hey, Timmy, do you guys realize you are across the street from the brothel where Mr. Kraft was busted? And will you guys be stopping by there? Thanks. That's from the 314.
Right now we're across the street?
I am aware of the general facility, nurse, combination
Both
of
Youngry,
where it is. It's not across the street proper, but I would say we're within 2 miles of it.
It was right next to our restaurant last night.
And you guys had that for a nightcap.
It's a brothel?
We had to wait for 25 minutes, and Doug disappeared.
Which one is Grinder again?
We were at the Food Shack. Great meal at the Food Shack. It is in a strip mall, and my buddy Matt Offenberg, I told him we were at Food Shack. He said, is it Lemoore?
Little Moore's.
Little Moore's, yeah.
And they own leftovers.
Yep.
The Food Shack is a great spot in Jupiter. In fact,
Jeffrey Burkett, my father.
I forgot your last name for a second.
I had no idea where you were going. I was going to help, and I have no idea
Here's
what this is.
On the way to the restaurant last night, Jackson put his dad on speaker and said, Martin and I are here. We want a review of the Food Shack before. And his dad said, oh, love that place. I'll be there next week.
Yeah.
Oh, your family's coming down here?
Yeah, my parents are coming down here next week.
Oh, God
Taking in some spring training. My dad loves coming down for spring training. And my mom loves the Jupiter area. How can you not?
How can you not? But the Food Shack is in the same strip mall. And Matt texted me back, my buddy Matt, and said, I think that's right down the row. And there were some businesses, weren't happy because I guess there were like vans and live trucks for a couple days out front. Wasn't great for business. But we do recommend Food Shack.
Yeah. Friend of the program.
Really good.
Sounds like it could be Yola.
Yeah, this is
You guys have a comped meal?
No, sir. No comp.
Doug got me. We sat down, and he goes, oh, my God, Luke and Baker's right next to us. And I decided not to turn and look because I was like, that'd be awkward. He might say, oh, those guys. But I could feel next to me, it was probably kind of a bigger guy. And I thought, well, maybe it is. So I texted Jackson, who had a different view. And I said, Doug says Luke and Baker is to my right. And then Jackson just shook his head, and I turned. It's about a 60-year-old man who was a big.
Like he could have been his dad.
He was a big man who did look like he could have been Luke and Baker's dad.
Yeah.
But Doug got me good.
Guys, did Doug eat boiled chicken and tap water again at dinner last night? That's some Big Tuft.
He had some fish. It looked good.
Yeah. I forget what the name of it, but the water down here is really different than St. Louis water.
Not a fan for me,
really.
personally.
Vastly different.
All right.
I ordered water with dinner. I could hardly finish the water.
Did you have a scotch? Yeah?
I didn't have a scotch. No.
It's the greatest thing, Tim. I can just knock him down. I got Dougie Driver here.
Yeah, Dougie Driver.
Usually, wherever you go in the United States, the water tastes pretty much the same. It doesn't down here.
A little funky.
Really?
I describe it as leathery.
Leathery water.
Yeah, like it's been sitting in a leather barrel of some sort.
So we've got them in water. I mean, they got all this coast and,
Best fans
beautiful
of baseball.
golf. And Yeah, we got them.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to text into the program and interact with us as we broadcast live from Cardinal Spring Training. That is how you can participate in addition to the YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. Iggy is in the chat. His nom de plume, Doug, is Iggy on the couch.
Okay.
And he's not happy. He says 5 days and no fritters.
We tried going to get fritters. We tried getting fritters last night, but there was a really long wait.
Our wait at Guanabanas.
Well, our wait at
It's just across from the Jupiter Lighthouse, for those of you who are familiar with the spring training area.
Yeah, so we audibled to Food Shack. That's why I called my father for a quick review.
That was a good call.
I would say, yeah. And but we tried getting some 10 nice-sized fritters. Doug was going to order them at Square Grouper, but they told him it was spicy and faded it.
Spicy group.
All right, watch this, Tim. Watch
Are you going to ask Secret Open again?
I got permission. I talked to Mo. He said, come on. Okay. Still no permission. Ozzy said it was okay.
The Wizard.
Bill DeWitt said it was okay.
On a home run by the Wizard.
That would be Jose Oquendo.
Yeah, still waiting permission. I gather Ali Marmol will be addressing the media here coming up in a matter of moments. The media gathered on the patio here at Roger Dean Stadium for the Cardinal Spring Training festivities. Miles Michaelis will be throwing, and then it sounds like he's going to join the show.
He seemed that seemed genuine. You know, he was really nice. He was really
I had
nice.
a really good TV interview with him yesterday afternoon, and he said, I said, what are you hoping to do this spring? He said, well, I'm not going to make comments like I did last year. And he said, man, that blew up. And I said,
which ones?
Well, and I said,
checkbook?
Wasn't it about farmer? Like he goes, well, he goes, I called it checkbook baseball. And he goes, and I get it, right? He goes, it didn't go so well. He said, but he goes, if you say we're going to go out and kick somebody's rear and then you do it, he goes, you're like the coolest dude in the world. He goes, but when you say it and you don't, he goes, you're just a total goober. It was actually pretty funny because he said, you try and be entertaining, man. And he said, but that one blew up. He said, I think I'll just put my head down this year and not try and talk the talk. But we appreciate when they give us material. And I said, isn't it great? We love it when you give us a spicy quote, and as soon as it blows up, we're the first to mock you for it.
Absolutely.
We will just turn
can
on
you. Take time out of your day for free to sit down for us and maybe say something juicy? And then, if you do, then we'll rip you for it after giving us your free time. You know, it's a zero upside down and all downside relationship. Want to participate?
Please.
And there's 5 other stations out here would like the same thing when you're done with us.
Tim, I'm not a fan of pale wearing pant while sitting in sunny 80-degree weather. That's from the Dover Soul.
Well, here's what the deal is. We have to check out of the Airbnb already, so we can't go back. We got to kill a few hours. There's really no place to change clothes. When we get back to St. Louis, it's going to be about 5 degrees, and we're going to have to stand outside the luggage area and get yelled at by the people there that say, move along, move along.
The most aggressive security pickup area in the United States of America, and perhaps globally. I don't know. I am not a well-traveled man.
So we don't want to stand out there on the sidewalk for 30 minutes or so waiting for our ride in shorts and T-shirts.
There is a stark difference down here at Palm Beach International when we picked up Martin, and instead of some security yelling at you, motorists and passersby will just scream at each other.
Is that right?
Crossing the street. Yeah,
it's a little aggressive.
We saw some of that going on. Like a guy just can't walk across the street without yelling at another car.
I noticed we were at Publix, which is like Schnucks here in the South Florida area, and it's constant horns honking.
Yeah, oh my God.
And my theory on this is, in this part of the country, at this time of the year, a lot of our friends from the New York area, the tri-state area, as Doug calls it,
they bring their cheeriness down here.
Come down here, and for them, honking the horn is just part of the everyday experience. But in St. Louis, it's the kind of thing that could lead to a couple of Hoosiers at a stoplight going at it. So
you could go years without using your horn on a car in St. Louis.
Do you think that that's a fair assessment?
Yeah, there's a lot of Northeast tough going on.
Northeast tough.
There's a lot of Northeast tough going on here. And I'm walking here, and it's like, can we just cross the street and everyone just get along? I mean, we saw it live and in person, and it was intense. But in St. Louis, instead, they have security who are kind of like first base coach, where they're just screaming at you, get out, move, move. It's like, all right, just give me a second. I'm just trying to put my luggage in my car here. Can you give me a second?
It's hard to believe that we need it that aggressively in St. Louis, because I was dropped off Sunday morning. My wife took me to the airport, and there were tumbleweeds rolling by. I mean, it was unbelievable.
I did not tell this story on the air. Doug and Jackson, I don't know if you're aware of this, Martin.
I think I am.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's true because I didn't want it to be like airing grievance and trying to get something for free or something like that, which is just not the way that I'm interested in operating. But this really did happen. I'm still stunned by it. Our flight out of St. Louis on Saturday morning, I think the departure time was 9:20.
Yes.
And we were flying American.
Yep.
And we get dropped off at the airport. Hey, listen, this is on us. This is on me, actually, specifically. And if it was on my wife, I'd air her out right here.
Absolutely.
But it's on me. I'm just kind of messing around. Wasn't going to see my sons for a while. Just kind of messing around with them. And we get dropped off at 8:35. Now, the flight's at 9:20. There wasn't a part of me that was concerned about making the flight. Not a part of me, for real. I suppose perhaps we might have issues checking the luggage, but there wasn't a part of me. Walk up, there isn't a soul. I showed Jackson and Doug were there, so they knew it, but there literally was not a person, not a single person in the main terminal. I mean, it's amazing, much less the American specific area. And the gentleman said, we can't check you in. And it's 8:35. And I'm standing there and I'm going, I can't believe this. And he said, yeah, the next time we can get you out is at 2:30, I think is what it was. And I don't know what else to say. That's what happened. That is the timeline. 45 minutes out. Again,
what did he
is on
say?
me.
Did he say it's a rule? Or
He said, I'm trying to check you in, and TSA is saying we can't check you in.
I got through TSA that morning in about 90 seconds.
Because there's literally no one there.
Was literally,
it is a startling thing.
I was the
to
only
see.
person in line at TSA.
But my question would be, why would TSA say, they're assuming you're not going to make it, which is your fault. You should be able to go to your gate. If you miss the gate closes, then you missed it. How can they predetermine that you're not going to make it to the gate?
He said, I'm trying to check you in, and TSA is blocking me from checking you in. And he wasn't mean by any means or rude. And I'm sitting there and I'm going, what in the hell do we do? And then we're sitting there, okay, do we go over to the East Terminal and go to Southwest? But then, now the difference between a flight on the day of, you're talking hundreds of dollars.
Right.
And I'm already in the hole on this Arenado thing. I can't go get a fifth mortgage. So as it stands out, we just wound up flying out at 2:30.
What'd you do in between times?
Talked about myself. What else am I going to do?
Oh, okay.
Went live for 5 hours. QFTA, I'm at the airport. Let's hear it.
Yeah.
Favorite fries.
Anybody got an erotic story for me to read amongst the tumbleweed at Lambert?
But it's going to no one. It's just you sitting there doing a QFTA by yourself.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. I remember
I was texting Doug and Jackson. I said, I don't know what to do. I don't know.
Because they're on the same flight.
Yes.
And our flight was delayed an hour. So, you could have crawled.
You mean sitting at the gate for an hour?
Heads up, Mark. You could have crawled through TSA to the gate and made it there on time. It was really, really odd. I would get it if we were in Atlanta and there was 150 people in line at TSA. I literally got through in 90 seconds.
Jackson got there early and said, don't let the little Irish guy on my plane. That's from the 636. Is that accurate?
He's trying to take over the show. That's
an allegation. It's your opportunity here to refute it.
Don't let this man on my bird. That's what I was saying.
On my bird.
That delay caused me and Doug to have to sprint through the Charlotte airport, which is the second time we had to sprint through the Charlotte airport because when we flew to Jamaica, when we flew back from Jamaica, we had to sprint through the Charlotte airport. So I've only seen the Charlotte airport while huffing and puffing and running. That's
they have those Adirondack chairs for everyone to just sit and relax.
I couldn't even dream of sitting in those.
Guys, I flew to Dallas on Monday, 5 a.m. flight. Security doesn't open until 3:30. Line of 200 people. I thought I was in an alternate universe. That's from Benny Buckets. Didn't have a great experience, it sounds like.
About 10 years ago, I went there on a Sunday night to pick up the family coming back from Colorado, I think. It doesn't matter. About 8:30 on a Sunday night, I was there to greet them as they came out to help with the luggage. I was the only human being in the main terminal. All the desks were shut down, the counters, the restaurants, nobody cleaning. I was the only human being there on a Sunday night about 8 o'clock. It was like one of those videos that you see where they go through abandoned malls. Oh, yeah. Remember when this place used to have stores and people in here? That's what it felt like.
And they told you to keep it moving, sir.
There was no one there.
No loitering. Keep
You're
it
not
moving,
in St.
sir.
Louis. Congratulations.
He just got up and ran off. Timmy flies private. Who you guys kidding? That's from Pele Blanco. Does Tim have his own room in the Admirals Club? That's from Eric in the Central West End.
And Jackson, one of your favorite films, was this 16 years ago? Up in the Air, George Clooney, the final scene. He walks into Lambert, and he looks up at all the different places he can go with his advantage miles.
Yes, I love Up in the Air. And he gives a lot of love to Lambert. You know, they were, I believe it was Anna Kendrick is like, why do you care about the St. Louis airport? He goes, this is Lambert Field. The Wright brothers flew out of here. Charles Lindbergh. He's given a lot of love to St. Louis.
The Wright brothers flew out of here?
I don't know about that. I did something like that.
I'll check it right now.
I doubt it.
Charles
North
Lindbergh
Carolina.
I know, but
Wright
maybe eventually. But I mean, certainly Charles Lindbergh before he made his transatlantic flight.
Lambert.
I don't know that he flew out of there. He got money from St. Louis to help support the flight.
I think he landed at Lambert Field at one point.
It was a Jason Reitman vehicle, I believe.
That's
very
correct.
much so.
Maybe.
Who just did the Saturday Night Live movie.
His
which is
dad- and his
outstanding.
I went to a
did,
concert with him when he was in town.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Good guy?
Yeah. Great guy. You know, he's obviously a fan of mine.
Sure, of course. Yeah, his father.
His dad was Stripes and all. Yeah, Ivan Reitman.
Guys, I stroll through security with nothing more than a wink. Don't mean to brag, but I'm pre-checked. That's from Big Blonde Dan.
Oh, really?
Must
The
be nice.
raw-boned Swede.
Must be nice.
Big Blonde Dan.
Tim, I wish I would have known this. I would have bought you a different ticket on a different airline. That's Grimy from South County. Up in the Air is such a lonely, depressing movie. Of course, Libby Jack loves it. That's Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson acknowledges is attractive, but he is not attracted to him.
I remember the tip in that movie was never check luggage. Only take what you can roll on. Then you never have to worry about waiting for
And then he
luggage,
used racial
losing your
stereotypes, and I was offended, and I explained it to my kids.
Oh,
He did. Yeah. I really love George Clooney as an actor. Wish he would do more acting, less directing, personally. But you know,
does it really matter?
It's
yes.
like Rotten Tomatoes. Come to life. I'm sorry, goodOrbad.com.
Thank you. Yeah, I think he's better when he's just an actor. He's just doing but that he likes to direct, and you know what? I get it. I guess.
Fun fact: the Wright brothers made their money filming softcore porn. That's from Engine Joe's K-Bride Magic. Is that true?
I don't think so.
They were
like
really
those Cinemax movies. That's what the Wright brothers did.
I don't think so.
Do you guys look back on that time with reverence when that was
like Lady Chatterley's Lover on Showtime?
When that was like your only option for?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I just think if they flew the first flight and it only went, a couple hundred yards, that Lambert Airport probably wasn't there.
I think
and that's because eminent domain?
Okay, I'm going to look
well,
it up.
because it wasn't needed.
I was right about Coburn.
So are we questioning Jackson or George Clooney?
I think he said the Wright brothers flew out of here.
Get Clooney on.
I'm sure he'd be a friend of the show. I'll plant that seed.
I will happily pay for Tim's pre-check if Jackson fills out the forms online. That's from Mr. Licks. So that's
Albert Bond Lambert received lessons from one of the Wright brothers. So there's that.
That's the connection.
What, like on his wedge game?
Yeah. The Wright brothers sold Lambert his first plane in 1911.
Okay, they sold the plane.
So the
but they're
Wright
not flying out of
brothers
here.
do have a connection.
Sure.
To Lambert.
And then Charles Lindbergh. I'd say that's too, but George Clooney was giving love to it. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. Calm down. Maybe the most random St. Louis film was the Bill Murray one with the elephant. Remember they filmed a bunch of that? He had an elephant. I think it was a terrible movie.
Really? I'm not familiar with this.
It's Bill Murray was transporting an elephant. That was the story.
Larger than life?
Maybe.
I think that might be it, actually.
But it was actually filmed in St. Louis.
That's an 11% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Uh-oh. I'm surprised you recognize Rotten Tomatoes with the competing business of goodOrbad.com.
Aggregates, get the hell out of here. Yeah, it was filmed in Utah.
Oh, no.
Or parts of it, at least.
Is that the one?
That's the one with the elephant on the front. Jeremy Piven's in it, probably pre-hair work. And McConaughey. Janine Garofalo.
Wow, it's a hair transplant festival.
Yeah, boy, howdy.
Can you Google that movie and then find out parts in St. Louis? There's a connection.
Okay, I'll find out.
I'm not sure if that's the movie. Maybe it is. But there was a Bill Murray elephant movie, and it had some St. Louis scenes.
Parenthood.
Chairman Kurt's got the time kill music going, Doug, and I think we all can agree.
We're at a little bit of a lull here at
beautiful,
training.
Beautiful music. Jackson, what do we have?
Filming location, St. Louis, Missouri, USA. For Larger Than Life. Yeah.
Martin,
you said Utah a minute ago, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, part of it. They had an antique shop on Cherokee Street. That was part of it.
Okay.
I don't know what else to tell you on it.
Thanks.
All right. Are we just going to play this for the rest of the show?
Escape from New York. They used Union Station.
East St. Louis.
They used Union Station for those big doors.
Yeah. East St. Louis, I think, was most of that
The
film.
guy's on a roll with the piano. Just let it
Yeah, he was feeling himself, just dropping acid.
Adrian Barbeau, I believe, was mugged in St. Louis while they were filming Escape from New York.
Is that
Seriously,
true?
it's kind of like the Terrell Davis thing. Hey, thanks for coming through St. Louis.
Oh,
wow.
There's Izzy. He wants to drop by.
Come on by, buddy.
He wants to drop by. Come on in. The water's warm. We're talking it over. Come on in.
People are texting saying, why doesn't Izzy come on the show? Got work.
That's
Got
that.
work. Oh, you don't mean it.
Another 2 hours. We're gone today. I'll drop on by.
Oh, how about a 1 minute? Oh,
he looked watch
and then just kept walking.
It's a pump fake. Hey, St. Louis, let me tell you about aesthetic design and build. That's Dan and his team. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. I went out there and checked out that showroom in Chesterfield Valley. So impressed, had them into my house. And you sit there and you go, well, it's freezing. This isn't the time to do it. No. That's not it at all. This is the time to do it. So that way, when the weather warms up, your outdoor living space is ready to go. They build full-on custom decks. If you're interested in adding on a pergola outdoors, they do that. And if you deal with something like I do, where you're facing the west and you got the sun blasting in, you can shade your covered patio with retractable screens. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. And let them know that I sent you their way. They truly are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. It is aestheticdesignandbuild.com.
Tim, you like a good follow-up, correct?
Oh, what do we get? Yeah, I love
So at dinner last night, we got into a Rich Gould rabbit hole. We just started talking about Rich Gould and the Fan Show, and then Jackson called up on his phone a YouTube page, which like the best of the Fan Show.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was
bunch
great.
of Rich Gould clips from over the years. And one of these guys said, I think on the Fan Show they had homeless people eating spaghetti, which I don't remember. It obviously was a great moment.
But it certainly is possible.
It felt possible. So last night I texted Rich, and I said, did the Fan Show ever have a spaghetti eating contest with homeless people? Which seemed like a fair question.
Mm-hmm.
And he has just written back. Homeless? No. We had 3 semi-pro football guys? Yes. But a homeless guy did get the leftovers. So
I knew there was a homeless.
There was a connection.
So everybody's right.
Okay.
There's your what?
I thought he told that story on the air with us once. That he
homeless guys eating spaghetti.
I knew there was homeless guys. I didn't know if it was that would seem a little cruel to have a homeless guy doing a spaghetti eating contest, but it was a Fan Show.
Hey, Rich, it's the Blues home opener this week. Cardinals spring training. What do you want to go with? I'll tell you what we do. We get some guys, big guys, see how fast they can eat spaghetti. That's what you do.
It's good counsel from the great Rich Gould. Ladies and gentlemen, email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Comes your way at 10:50. This is the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Cardinal spring training here on TMA. Jackson's bullish on Miles Michaelis and Lars Nootbaar.
Yeah.
On the Stiefel dossier, already joined by Alec Burleson and Andre Palante on today's program. Miss anything, go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you live from Jupiter, Florida. Cardinal spring training brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
101 ESPN's Blues Fan of the Week.
Congratulations to Joseph Graff from St. Louis, Missouri. He was just named our 101 ESPN Blues Fan of the Week.
Submit your pick now to be the next 101 ESPN Blues Fan of the Week and take home a pair of tickets to an upcoming Blues game. Learn more at 101ESPN.com.
What's up, St. Louis? It's Andrew Marsh with the Fast Lane. I am out here on Butler Hill Road at Hardee's, helping heat up St. Louis for the 25th annual Rise and Shine for Heat Up St. Louis. It is a community service project, and we're helping raise money for Heat Up St. Louis. And you can participate as well at any participating Hardee's. You don't even need to come out here on Butler Hill Road. I'm only going to be here for a little bit longer, but if you did stop by, I would definitely like it. Definitely want to hear your sports takes. Definitely want to get some good breakfast at Hardee's, because today for Heat Up St. Louis, you can grab a sausage biscuit or egg biscuit for the special price of just $1. And 100% of the proceeds of all funds collected will help Heat Up St. Louis, supporting people in need in both Missouri and Illinois. Help Heat Up St. Louis this morning till 10:30 at any participating Hardee's. Like I said, I'll be here till 8 o'clock at the Hardee's on Butler Hill Road. So get out to your participating Hardee's and let's heat up St. Louis.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Paramount Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile dysfunction and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To restore your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
Don't miss Banner Construction's winter home event. Book now for spring and beat the price increases on James Hardy siding, plus savings on beautiful Pella windows. See Banner's work at bannerconstruction.com or call 314-569-1050. Have a banner day.
This is attorney Todd Nissenholz of Kaufman Townsley. It's not just that we've won millions of dollars for our injured clients. We have. It's that we've won the trust of thousands of clients who were victims of careless drivers due to no fault of their own. We have the team, the talent, the tenacity to get you the money you deserve. Not every firm has that. Most don't, I assure you. We do, and we win. Kaufman Townsley. Real people, real results. Call 314-500-5000. That's 314-500-5000.
It's Swiss Air Heating and Cooling Sweet 16 deal. 16 years parts and labor warranty. SwissAirSTL.com.
Don't settle for trading your car, truck, or SUV at a dealership. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at SellMyCarSTL.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Baldwin, that's SellMyCarSTL.com.
We've got your chance to win a pair of passes to the 2025 State Farm Missouri Valley Conference Men's Basketball Tournament, hitting the court at Enterprise Center March 6th through March 9th. March begins here with the Arch Madness of the annual MVC Tournament, celebrating 31 years at Enterprise Center. All session and single session tickets are on sale now. Get all the details and get entered to win those free tickets for Arch Madness right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
TMA 101 ESPN live from Cardinals spring training in Jupiter, Florida. The last program from Roger Dean Stadium today, Doug. When we come back here next year, it's going to look all different. As soon as they are done with spring training, they're going to begin the gutting process.
What are they gutting? They're going to build on or actually gut the inside of what they have now?
Going to gut the inside and also add on. One of the reasons you see Tent City is because there is not enough room here now for all of the staff and weight room needs. So if you are watching on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL, you see all these tents. There just isn't enough room anymore.
I guess not.
This thing opened in 1998, and it will have a major renovation that will commence the moment the Cardinals spring training comes to an end.
It feels pretty cramped in there. I was talking to a player yesterday, and he said, well, I'm sure in 98 it was great. But, things have changed. You got to have, I think, up and down the hallway. I told Jackson there's probably a think lab. Now you just have a guy in there with a computer. He's in the 3-0 lab. He studies what to do when it's 3-0. Somebody's in the 2-1 count lab. That's all they do.
Yeah, I say take.
I bet this area we're sitting in becomes a building. Like this space here.
This patio?
Yeah. And just kind of build it up because there's not a lot of room to work with. Maybe the Marlins would say, we don't really care.
Yeah, they're fine with just taking over, I think.
The Marlins might just take half of our space.
Do you think we'll get a dedicated, outdoor studio? They'll build us a dedicated...
You think when they do the design, they're like, okay, where will TMA go?
Yeah, they should think that.
I would imagine that's something that they have to be factoring.
There was some speculation that might be... These kind of projects might be something Mozeliak does for the DeWitts, oversees other projects, including the Jupiter expansion.
Special projects?
He'd be the president of special projects.
I can't imagine they have a lot more players now than they had at 98. Roster sizes are the same. I think it's office staff and personnel and
coaching staff
and people around the organization that need more room.
Maybe that's why they weren't all in on player development. Well, where are we going to put them? We just don't have room for the coaches.
I don't know if this is accurate or not, but the Wilmore Park bathroom attendant says in the YouTube chat he just saw Nolan Arenado at the Kolache store on Hampton.
Oh, wow. That's a good call. Working his way to Florida. Swinging through St. Louis.
Stop just for the kolache. I haven't seen a kolache store down here. Have you?
So that's why he's getting him now. He's going to take him on the plane. Better get there a couple hours early. And then he'll be down in Jupiter with kolaches in the refrigerator.
Michael has said to
Makes
me,
sense.
he views the Arenado situation. He goes, I don't see it as he doesn't want to be here. He goes, he turned down Houston. He goes, he must think we have a better chance than Houston. He said, so I take that as a good sign.
There you go.
It's a positive
Way
look.
to turn it.
Yeah, you got to spin it now. Now you got to spin. Spin, sugar, 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 sugar.
Mo also told reporters yesterday, he said if he really wants to be traded, he's going to have to expand the list.
Yes, I saw that.
Beyond the 5. So now we're playing this out even more.
So they acknowledge 4 teams, and then guess what, Martin? There's a mystery team.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that was Katie's reporting.
Oh, there's a mystery team. Oh, what are the 4?
Let me see if I can do it. I would imagine
Dodgers,
Mets, Yankees. Then maybe it's Yankees, Dodgers, Red Sox, and Padres.
Yeah, proximity, pretty good team, play for Schilte.
And then a mystery team. A 5th team that was unnamed, according to league sources, per Katie Wu.
Mystery team. I like the mystery team. Tigers?
Why do they want to keep it a mystery?
I went over. Martin was getting ready to do a television interview with John Mozeliak yesterday. He said, hey, can I ask you here? We wanted to know if Houston was on the original list. You hear his answer?
Yeah, he said, I'm not getting into, I really don't want to get into who is or who's on the 5.
I think he said I have to be careful with the list.
Yeah, it's because they said they're still navigating or something. Careful with the list. Well, it's going well so far.
Guys, Arenado was at Charcoal House in the ball pit last night. That's from
Is that right?
Sounds like he's going to eat his way down to Florida.
Yeah, making his way eastward.
You're welcome to email into the program for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can text in 314-399-9646. And you're also welcome to call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. It is TMA, and you can watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. Now, this is interesting. I don't know. I just opened up the text inbox. It was the text at the very top. Well, we got conflicting reports now, Doug, from texters. The mystery team's the New York Mets. That's from the 3 and 4. And then right below it, 314 says Anaheim is the team that was reported yesterday. Is that anything that doesn't seem like that's resonating with anybody here on
Well,
the
the
day?
mystery would be why.
Yes.
Let me find out.
Because then if that's the case, then you go, well, then maybe that makes sense.
Unless he just wants to play at home, close to where he grew up. Wow. And that would be appealing to a lot of people.
But if the whole thing has been, I want to play for a winner, then Anaheim didn't answer on that.
That's out.
Yeah, not seeing anything on that.
All right.
He is expected to talk this weekend. I cannot wait. I mean, he plays it close to the vest.
He's got to be dreading that if he does indeed come here.
But what can you say to articulate? I mean, the one thing that's true is he hasn't.
It's just going to be a lot of spinning.
Right, because what can you say? Yeah, I was hoping to go somewhere else. I was concerned that they weren't going to go all in on winning this year. At this point in my career, I want to be on a winner. You can say that. The good thing is he hasn't dropped any bombs. Oh, it's the worst town I've ever played for. Hate the fans. Hate the city. He hasn't said anything. I mean, the agents talked a little bit, but it's still, I think awkward is the word of this spring. Well, Youngry is the word of this spring. Youngry and awkward. But I am looking forward to, even though it won't be a bombshell, I do want to I want to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, I kind of wish he was reporting today so we could get a look.
And you don't think it's a Scooby-Doo reveal that he's actually in a mask?
It's actually
and
Doty over there.
I don't think that's.
You don't think so?
BK had it from John Denton that it was Anaheim. How about that? Well, there's John Denton over there. Hey, Jackson, you want to walk over there and see if they can get a little? Look at this, Doug. This is shoe leather being worn out right here.
Oh,
hey, John,
and not classically trained in journalism.
And he's just going to walk up.
Now, he could have had the same thought as you did as a producer. Said, hey, Tim, why don't I just... But he's growing. He's learning. He's on the tractor. He's farming.
On the tractor.
Yeah, he's been down here farming. We need D-Bear, Derek Dockett, to make one of those great little graphics. And it's just Jackie on a tractor.
Planting seeds.
At spring training on a tractor.
Jackson coming back from his reporting here, and we will... a couple people now saying John Denton said it was the Angels yesterday. See what we got. Jackson's it's becoming a
lengthy
longer
discussion.
Now it's becoming a longer conversation.
The pre-show sometimes is longer than the show.
Yeah. All right, here he comes.
All right.
He just clapped.
Jackson
Ladies and gentlemen,
clapped.
Jackson making his
You have
way
a
back.
conclusion,
Here is the
Jackson?
report. Jackson Burkett.
I would describe it as a soft confirmation that it was Anaheim.
Okay.
What does that mean exactly?
It wasn't yeah, that sounds right. I said, all right.
All right.
Look at Martin's.
What do you want from me?
Well, I mean, I feel like it's
kind of a yes or no,
or it's a no.
It was a yes. It was a soft yes. Soft.
I don't know what that is.
Okay.
TMA is reporting it was a soft yes.
I think that was that.
So the
John said, yeah.
texters were quoting John.
Right.
Saying that the Angels were the
Jackson
15th.
just went to speak with the gentleman, and he comes back with it's a soft yes.
Yeah, soft confirmation.
Okay. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what to tell you.
It would be fascinating if it's true.
Sniffing Holes actually has a source. Doug, who knew? Guys, my sources are telling me that Arenado wants to stay in St. Louis, and the mystery team is the Gateway Grizzlies.
I don't think he'll play that
that's
level,
a great
no.
ballpark. He could probably bang a few out of there.
Soft, shorter porch.
So that's a soft confirmation from Sniffing Holes.
Yeah, well, I'll work on that.
I don't think they can pay him that much in the independent league.
Oh, that's Klebs.
Well,
I don't know that he has to.
Cardinals will eat some of it.
I don't know
Rockies
that
will
he
eat some of it.
has to be too afraid of the media. I mean, everybody understands that the Cardinals are going through a reset or a rebuild, and he's a veteran player, and they're going to want to get younger and cheaper, and so he's ready to go somewhere else. That's not too hard to understand for people.
Yeah. There's friend of the
there goes
program,
the
Alec
manager.
Marmol, making
I might have to
his
go
way
do
out.
some
Oh, here comes Ollie right now.
Is it encore?
No.
I looked at the June 6th game. Romero and Kitchers didn't even pitch.
Is that right?
I looked it up. See?
Look at that. This show is a bastion of misinformation.
Now, June 7th.
There was an issue.
Did you mug that game? June 7th. No. Okay. So whoever typed that in.
Yeah. Once again, the texter's taking shrapnel as the Cardinal manager drops by. The June 6th. We did have somebody text in about the June 6th game. Kittredge Romero and Ali Marmol looked up the box score, and they didn't even pitch.
Yeah.
So whoever texted that in, Doug,
Suspended.
gone. They're gone.
Suspended a period of 2 days' time without pay. Whoever you are.
I mean, it's quite obvious at this point someone is being lied to.
That's what it feels like. What it feels like.
What is it with your producers who talk in riddles? Ah! That's from the bastard James Hahn, frustrated with Jackson's soft confirmation.
That's the only way I could describe the answer I got from John Denton. It was a soft confirmation.
John, did you say yesterday with BK and Ferrario that the Angels were the 5th team on the list? And then what did he say?
I said, yeah, I think so. Yeah, that sounds right.
Oh. That's kind of a soft confirmation.
I don't, now I look like the bad guy. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I wasn't classically trained.
Well, I know who the bad guy is. The godforsaken tax man. That's the real bad guy.
World-class weave.
And Mark Milton will protect you from this godforsaken man. You have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night. Well, Mark Milton is right there on your side. Maybe you're even facing an IRS criminal investigation. These are serious problems, and you need someone with some experience to help you through it. You need to contact STL tax lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country, and he received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. So this guy is one of the best, not just in St. Louis, talking about the whole country. He now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have IRS problems, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, hey, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Yeah, it's Mark Milton, stltaxlawyer.com. Ali Marmol has won the YouTube chat over. They are thrilled. Tori Holtzfinger says, Ollie holding the chat accountable. I love it. Troy Effect says, wow. Wilmore Park bathroom attendant says, I'm just turning into a big old fan of Ollie. Brendan Hager, I love Ollie so much. Ollie is awesome. That's from Droid Effects. Own it. Who said it? That's from Chris Mack wanting to know who said it about the June 6th game.
Yeah.
And he didn't like the Kittredge Romero move.
Jojo Romero and Andrew Kittredge.
And Ollie went back to look at the box
He's
score.
doing the work. He's doing the work.
From June 6th. And then Martin goes, was it the next day that you mugged it?
And now he's dressing the media.
Doug suspended me in a swing above his bed. That's from Brandon Baker. That's
I don't
talking
remember
about
that.
the suspension
You had that
module.
installed?
That sounds like a different kind.
I would have remembered.
All these haters of Ali don't get him. That's from Droid Effects. Bazooka Tooth 75 says, I have really enjoyed the show this week, and that's after all the negativity during the offseason. It's been refreshing. That's from Bazooka Tooth 75. How about that?
What's a bazooka tooth?
Jackson, do you know?
I know what a snaggle tooth is.
Yeah.
That's a bad beat.
Kirsten Dunst, right?
Yeah. She probably got that fixed, didn't she? I have to think.
Right. Well, I haven't gotten my skull fixed.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't know what to say about that. Let me look up bazooka tooth.
Okay, if you could.
I'm just doing my research right now.
Thank you.
It was a studio album by A$AP Rock. I believe it was a hip-hop artist, not to be confused with A$AP Rocky,
Rihanna.
husband of Rihanna.
Yeah.
Can't speak on that. There were Time Kill Music has returned. So that's why I can speak on Bazooka Tooth. It looks like an album by A$AP Rock.
What's your Mount Rushmore Rihanna songs, boy?
Oh.
Doug, you can do yours next.
Bitch Better Have My Money.
How do I explain that to my kids?
And that's, yeah, they put the little stars over it. Sex With Me.
How do I explain that to my kids?
You can't.
That's a tough one. Needed Me, for sure. And then Pon de Replay.
The original hit, really.
Yeah,
2006 Cardinal World
don't know the
Series?
years.
I feel really good about that.
It was like Weave's song, I think, when he would come in, Pon de Replay.
Now, Run This Town is not like necessarily a Rihanna song, but it's a great feature she has.
Hove.
Yeah, I think maybe.
And you don't recognize Kanye anymore.
Yeah, I don't know who else. I don't even remember who else is on that song.
2010?
That sounds right. That was like part of the Greatest Hits album. It was great, so I love Rihanna.
All right, there it is, an endorsement of Rihanna here, live from Jupiter, Florida. Where else are you going to get that? Joey Vitale is going to join the program.
Yes, he will at the 10 o'clock hour.
Like the 10 o'clock Central hour.
Yes, sir.
What happens when Miles Michaelis, Lars Nootbaar, Jordan Walker, and Brendan Donovan all gather around this dais to say farewell to us and bid us adieu as you guys fly out in like 4 hours, but then land after me when I don't fly out for like 10 hours?
That's when I put my producing pants on and
you juggle.
And juggle. Yeah, we'll work it out.
All right, fair enough. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Guys, how about this? Flip Wilson. This is also a lot of breaking news in this Air Comfort Service text inbox. My wife gave me a soft confirmation we could have coitus at least once in 2025. So a lot of soft confirmations.
It's a W. It's a W.
Guys, breaking news. Angels trade Anthony Rendon to the Cardinals for Nolan Arenado. This frees up playing time at third base for the Cardinals since Rendon never plays.
Yeah,
the 3-4. I don't think he enjoys the game much.
That's a rough situation over there.
How is it that the appearance and cameo from the manager on your show has kind of changed my perspective on the season? Now I feel like we have the perfect personality in charge of young guys. Ali is awesome. That's from Larry Thornton, and that's Larry Thornton, who's a longtime producer at KSDK.
Sure, really changing their tune on. I love it. Love to see it.
Look at that.
Yeah, come on. That's why I'm saying we have an inviting atmosphere. You come on, you talk it over, and next thing you know, people are loving you. So it's that's a big credit to Ali.
How about that, Doug? This is an image rehabilitator?
I guess it could be.
We tried to.
Nice.
I'd say.
All right. Well, who else can we get on here?
Man, to rehabilitate their image?
Yeah.
I could think of a few names.
Who? Well, then why don't you share them?
Probably not best for me to share them.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't want to get
This
in trouble.
guy's cryptic. He doesn't do soft
Friday, I don't want
confirmations?
to get in trouble with anybody.
No.
You're like, okay, I'm getting out here an hour and 45 minutes. I've been a good boy. I want to get out of here safe. That's what you're saying.
Kind of, in a way.
Miles Michaelis just ran by. Seems like he's trying to rush in to get on the air.
Sprinted by.
Past us.
Sprinted
You're watching
by,
that on
by the way.
YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called TMA. It airs from Jupiter, Florida this week. Only an hour and a half left of TMA from Cardinal Spring Training. An hour and 44 minutes to be real specific. Martin Kilcoyne is over with Ali Marmol as he addresses the hordes of gathered media this morning. So Martin will come back with his report on what Ali had to say. And then we're still expecting some friends to drop by because that's what ours is, a presentation.
Ours is the type of show where friends feel they can drop by at any time.
Yeah, and I think they will. So will it be Miles Michaelis? Will it be Brendan Donovan? Will it be Lars Nootbaar?
We'll see.
Yeah.
Only time can tell.
Yeah, Joey Vitale is going to join us. We know that. And then we have the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. There's your Stiefel dossier on a program that's already been joined
by Alec Burleson and Andre Palante. You can go back and podcast anytime you want. You can go back and watch it at youtube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to the TMASTL YouTube channel. We'll be back in studio in St. Louis on Monday doing the presentation. And I want to once again thank Doty for all his hard work and his driving setting this thing up this week. I did a vote last night for the most valuable player this week, and I won.
Yeah,
but Doty,
sure.
you did finish second.
Yeah,
and that's
that's still an honor.
That. I mean, that was a great vote.
Yeah.
But also Chairman Kurt.
Yeah,
back there.
Big shout out to Chairman Kurt.
And Chairman Kurt. He's not really even a board operator.
Huge. Yeah, and
Mike Ryder,
putting up the
executive
podcast and the breakout interviews, just doing an outstanding job, making my life a lot easier.
And we are grateful to John Kiowski, Tommy Mattern, and Keith Krause, Director of Sales, for putting this thing together.
Absolutely.
It was short notice, quick turnaround, and we're very grateful for them sending us down here, and have enjoyed bringing you our 16th year of TMA at Cardinal Spring Training, and looking forward to hopefully doing it for many more years. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
It's time for another moment in Blues history.
On this day back in 1985, the Blues would take down the Toronto Maple Leafs 5-3. Brian Sutter would score early for St. Louis, 1 minute and 10 seconds in, and then 4 unanswered goals in the second period, all of them in a 12-minute span. Doug Gilbour, Jorgen Pedersen picking up a natural hat trick in the second period. Toronto would score 2 more, but the Blues would skate out with the win.
This date in Blues history was powered by Classic Air Care, making people comfortable since 1926. For all your HVAC needs, ClassicAirCare.com.
When was the last time you checked if your car and home rates were competitive? CarltonInsurance.net today.
Make 2025 the year you get out more at Rosalita's Cantina. Relax on the stunning patio or sip cocktails at Rosalita's Ornate Bar. Discover bold new flavors like Shrimp Diablo, blackened tiger shrimp over guajillo mashed potatoes, or indulge in a sparkling margarita with tequila, raspberry chambour, and Prosecco. Rosalita's, not just tequila, not just tacos, not just another Tex-Mex restaurant. Rosalita's is an experience for the whole family. Learn more at Rosalita'sCantina.com.
Being first in line can be very important to homeowners. First in line for the plumber. First in line for the HVAC guy. First at Banner Construction. It's Banner Construction's winter home event. And you can be first in line this spring and save before the annual price increases. Banner Construction is a James Hardy and Pella window replacement specialist. And now is the best time to schedule a free in-home consultation with no obligation. Call 314-569-1050 or see us on the web and have a banner day.
Go!
Since 1991, St. Louis has served as the gateway to the best men's basketball tournament. Arch Madness. Experience buzzer beaters, madness, and Missouri Valley Conference glory. And it begins here. The 2025 State Farm MVC Men's Basketball Tournament, presented by Credit Union One and Great Southern Bank, tips off March 6th through the 9th. Celebrate 35 years of Arch Madness. Get your tickets now at archmadness.com.
Hey, it's me again, Dr. Pryor. I've missed you, so I spent more money on advertising because I couldn't help but notice that you still haven't made an appointment with me at 100 West Dental. It's quite simple, really. Just type www.100westdental.com into a web browser and schedule a consultation with me, Dr. Pryor. That's 100 West Dental. Or call me. Please call me at 636-585-0100. I can't wait to see you.
You might have heard Doug Voss and Safe Money Radio. His shows have been on several radio stations for many years. Now he can be heard every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. on 101 ESPN. He is super excited to get to the ESPN audience as he is a huge St. Louis sports fan. Doug is an expert at minimizing the impact of market volatility on his clients' assets. So catch Safe Money Radio every Sunday at 10 a.m. on 101 ESPN. Doug Voss is a registered representative. Securities offered through D.H. Hill Securities, LLLP, member FINRA and SIPC.
Elite Comfort Experts is heating and cooling done the right way. Family values delivered straight to your home with a BBB Torch Award for ethics to prove it. We are dedicated to earning our customers' trust. No gimmicks, just guarantees. Let us earn your trust at EliteComfortExperts.com.
Trading your car at a dealership? Get serious. Your car is worth more and they want to pay you less. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Baldwin, that's sellmycarstl.com.
Live from Jupiter, Florida, TMA is broadcasting from Cardinals spring training on 101 ESPN. Presented by CarStar and Sumner One.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. The program broadcasting live from Cardinals spring training. It's brought to you by CarStar and by Sumner One, and it's always brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Martin, you were over there for Ali Marmol's press gathering. What news and notes can you report?
I mean, there were a number of questions about Arenado. He said he expects him to be. He said, I'm not sure if it's Saturday or Sunday he'll be here. He said he'd been working with Brant Brown, the hitting coach, which is interesting. That's the new hitting coach for the Cardinals. Somebody that I think Pujols recommended because he had worked with Brant Brown briefly with the Dodgers. And a lot of questions about what's that going to be like. He said, listen, he's a Hall of Famer. I said, do you have to give him even a pep talk? Because my theory is if he doesn't want to be here, you don't want a guy walking in like consolation prize. Oh, well, I'm back here. I didn't want to be here. And he said Hall of Famers don't need pep talks.
I like that line.
And he was asked about Mozeliak's comment yesterday that said, my biggest fear is we do trade him, and he's got a monster year. Because, I don't know, Tim, I think that's happened a few times where players have left.
Give me an example of 10.
Even some of our Hall of Famers.
And then they leave and have a great year. So he said, I believe he is going to have a huge bounce-back year. So maybe in the end it all works out, and he does have a huge year. I asked about Gorman, who was the presumptive third baseman. He said we've told him all along to be ready to play third, be ready to play second. I think you're going to see if Arenado is on this team, a lot of guys rotating because you got Donovan. I mean, and your outfield, Ciani and Victor Scott fighting for center. And then you go Walker, Newt. Well, where's Burleson going to play? Oh, well, he could DH. Well, is Herrera going to DH? Is Contreras playing first every day? It certainly changes the entire feel of the roster. And Gorman was one of the guys getting the, quote, runway to see what he could do. So, I mean, I think some of it's going to always be spin. They're not going to tell us entirely. What the question is, wanting out because you want to go to a winner instead of be part of a reset, or is there some type of friction? And with Ali, he's like, Nolan and I are great. I can't wait to see him. Happy to have him back. I think the majority of the players would feel that way. Maybe some were a little miffed, like, hey, you didn't want to be here. There's probably a little bit of that in the room, but I think from Ollie's perspective, he doesn't think it's a concern.
What about Wilson Contreras and Nolan Arenado? Do they have a talk after Wilson Contreras? I don't want to bail like a coward.
That was his quote at the warm-up, correct?
That's right.
And we interpreted that, right, to mean
yes.
Somebody who did want out. So in the end, none of them wanted out, Tim. I did say to Michaelis, Mo mentioned he didn't even offer it to you. He said, well, he knew the answer. So, like, it wasn't even worth calling. So Gray stays, Contreras stays, Michaelis stays, Helsley stays, and now Arenado's stuck?
Not that much of a reset. The only guy who didn't stay was Goldschmidt.
Right.
And he was a free agent.
Who knew at the end of last year while he was still wearing the uniform that he wasn't coming back. Didn't you have a polite conversation with him at the end of the year?
I asked him, I said, have you had any conversations with them about what the plan is maybe for you? And he said, I'd like to keep that to myself, which means they probably said, we're not bringing him back. He just chose not to disclose or talk about it.
Well, as they shuffle players and try to figure out who's going to be where, I think one guy is going to be there almost every day will be Burleson.
Yeah.
He played almost every game last year. He was the best hitter they had.
Games. Yeah. I mean, his bat faded down the stretch. He told me, he said, I got to find a way, and I've learned some things. And he said, it's how you take care of your body. Remember last year, he basically got into great shape, worked on his fielding just so he can get on the field. That was from a year ago. Was their best player for about 4 months. Did fade down the stretch. And he said, I learned some stuff. about what I've got to do to maintain, my strength late in the year. But is he in left? Well, then where's Newt? If he's at first, then where's Contreras? All these guys.
There's a domino effect now.
Yeah, and you could say, well, Herrera, he's a great hitter. Let Pages catch. Herrera, you're my DH. Well, what about Burleson? Yeah. Well, if Gorman's at second, where's Donovan? It's getting a little confusing, maybe, as to where everybody winds up. Although, the Dodgers rotate guys all over the place.
And the Cardinals have too. They never put the same lineup out 2 nights in a row, so I'm sure they'll find time for all those guys. It's not like the old 1960s era where 8 guys are your starters almost every game of the year. It doesn't work that way at all anymore.
Right.
Good problem to have, I guess.
It is the game these days where you just move players around. That Ben Zobrist is sort of ahead of his time, just kind of play every day, but play all over the field. Again, it wasn't their plan.
Right.
So now they've got to pivot from what was the plan with the runway and guys getting as much playing time as possible. Gorman, I've not talked to him, hoping to sit down with him. We've made the approach. Jackie and I have approached, I believe.
So you feel like you've sown seeds?
Seeds might have been stepped on, but instead of planted.
Not very fertile land.
It would have helped if Jackson had worn the straw hat in there.
Yeah.
Bib overalls and a straw hat to look like a farmer planting the seed.
Actual farming
You would have stood out. You would have stood out to the other media members, man.
Hey, you guys going to go on with the kid with the straw hat?
Yeah.
What the hell is
The
he doing?
hayseed.
What's he doing in our locker room?
Come on, we're live back in St. Louis, Missouri. Join us on the show. But it's possible that he's not really excited about his world getting flipped upside down. Maybe his whole winter is, all right, I'm third base. All right, I'm third base. Let's get some balls at third. Even if Ollie said we told him to prepare for second as well. It affects him as much as anybody.
I bet a guy who thought he was going to have a real opportunity is Luke and Baker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Goldschmidt, they knew
Trickle
in
down
September,
again. Yep.
Absolutely.
Domino effect for sure.
Doug, that's been your guy. If you can't, you can hit all those home runs and you can't get a spot, what the hell are you going to do?
I know.
Contreras moves to first base.
Talk about a guy who needs a trade. He's probably one.
You going to try to set that up for him?
I'm not going to try to set it up, but if I'm
we
him,
saw his dad at dinner. We could have taken a step in that direction.
You can't get a big contract or make the big bucks if you can't play.
I did have to step aside. Did we get clarity on the June 6th texter that Ollie went back and looked up?
Yeah, the person never came forward. They were trying to hold him accountable in the text inbox. Martin, I think you were over there when he was addressing the media. Larry Thornton, who you know, former KSTK producer, a bunch of people have said, I've gone from disliking Ollie Marmol to being a fan of his and now a fan of the team just from this week of interviews with these young guys and then the interviews. And that's certainly wasn't really a plan, but that's I'm seeing a lot of that.
Does that make us rights holders?
I don't know. Once Martin put that cap
Day one, they gave me a Cardinal cap, and I put it on, and everything changed.
Yeah. Ever since.
You hold rights now.
Everything shifted. I think our personal – Doug, do you have your index, your personal fan graphs on this team? How much your win total for this squad has gone up tremendously this week, hasn't it?
Yeah, they've gone from a Pacoda projection of 79.5, and where do you have them now?
I got them at 94 wins.
Oh,
94 wins.
25 win
That's how well it's
based
gone.
on.
That's how well it's gone.
That was the Central one by late August.
Mm-hmm.
And
Man,
but in all seriousness, those sites now, will they have, if Arenado's on the team, do they redo their
Well, they adjust those things.
Yeah,
those are adjusted daily. Yeah.
Wouldn't it be interesting to see what his presence to those computer-driven, I believe, numbers, what does that do to that total? Shift it by 3 or 4 games? I mean, I don't know.
I think Mozeliak just rolled in here in like a Dodge Neon.
Oh, boy, they are cutting back.
It's like valet.
Have you seen him yet here this morning, Martin? I haven't seen him.
His car is here.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, I believe he's here.
Unless he's just trying out a new vehicle.
Let's not end the week the way we started.
He let me in the building this morning,
so we know.
Yeah.
He could have left and come back.
He's not driving
He's not
Neon.
He's not driving a Neon.
No.
Maybe Nolan said, I'll only show up if you get me a Dodge Neon.
Yeah.
Use,
please.
The Albert contract year, which was going into the 2011 season, and it was all the talk, kind of like this Arenado discussion daily about Albert not getting an extension. He said, if it's not done by the end of spring training, we're not talking about it. I think one of those days, Bill DeWitt pulled in, and he was in like a Camry, and I said, he is sending a message hey, buddy, this money around. We don't have money to throw at players like you used to. They're messaging. So maybe Mo in the neon
is sending a message. He wants, let's see what we got here. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That is why he is making sure he gets the best installers, and he's giving them $7 a square yard. That's awesome compensation in this industry. If you are interested in becoming a Michael's Flooring employee, go to igotfloored.com or just come in and talk to the people at Michael's Flooring, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not just pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There is a reason Michael's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Darden, Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. There you go. Michael's Flooring. Doug, think about that. What are you thinking about now?
Well, I'm thinking about flooring.
Yeah,
what's beneath me? We have tile, I guess, here. We have pavers beneath us now. We could use some Michael Flooring.
Is that why Doug stands the entire evening in the Airbnb? We're watching TV, and he said it's because he is seated all
day. Really?
Gets up and stands.
I feel much more comfortable standing than sitting now. If I sit down for a while, I got to kind of reset. I got to kind of.
Oh, you got to reset.
I got to trade some people, trade some things, sell a few items, and then stand up and get my balance.
Can you guys rank? And I've missed some of the interviews. Can you rank the interviews? Can you give me a power ranking?
Without question, the Ali Marmol interview was number one.
Number one.
That's an all-timer.
Yeah.
And again, not necessarily because of what he said. Really, I think I would say because of the reaction from the audience.
Kind of how he came off more than what he said.
And I don't know how many people yesterday, Martin, and you might have had these conversations too. Katie Wu and I were talking about it. Claiborne and I were talking about it. Ricky Horton and I were talking about it. And they're like, the thing is, this is the guy that we know he is, but for whatever reason, fans haven't gotten a chance to see it. And this is the guy the players know, and this is why the players love him. But there has been this disconnect of sorts between the way, I don't know if he handles himself in those post-game situations. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the difference was. All I know is I've seen a response unlike anything else as far as what a perception was of somebody versus what the outcome of an interview was.
Yeah, and I think in those moments he can come off as cocky or combative. And I think LaRusse, remember, his family told him, you got to stop being so grouchy. And his wife said, you're coming off terrible in the postgame. But there's a guy, if you got to know him, standing, or even us down here jacking around, he was fine.
But amusing, eclectic as hell.
But if you only saw a clip of him on TV, like, God, he's just a miserable jerk. Like, oh, my God, I just don't. And so I think that does happen to these guys in that role where you just see a little clip here and there. You don't hear them just yucking it up for 30 minutes with the group. I already know when I see him later, he'll be like, what was that stupid pep talk? He goes, I don't give pep. I guarantee I already know it's coming. And I'll say, okay, maybe I phrased it poorly. But I do think he's the one, maybe he's playing it down, but I think he's the one who's going to have to, I think, a little bit navigate this awkwardness because he's been the contact with Arenado. He has said all the right things. Mo has been the face of we're trying to move him. So I think Ali kind of said, hey, man, we're so glad you're here. Let's go win. I kind of think he's in that spot, even if he didn't like my awkward phrasing.
Of the pep talk question.
Yeah. So number 2 is Burley. Did he jump up that high? McGreevy was great.
I was actually going to go with McGreevy.
Yeah, he was awesome.
McGreevy is outstanding. I saw that they did a Cardinals video yesterday. Who was it? Pages, McGreevy, and Ciani went and played golf over at Abacoa, which is like, I don't even know. A quarter mile from where we are to the west. And they went out and played. McGreevy is a guy that if he were to get it going at the major league level, I could see fans falling in love with him. He's got a great personality. So that's the Abraham Lincoln, because, Doug, we only talk in Mount Rushmores on Sports Talk Radio.
Mozeliak?
I thought that was good. I feel like I left some putts out there on some questions that once I got back from the ballpark, actually, I'm like, I forgot to ask. I wanted to ask about the Edmonds thing.
Yeah, I do.
I messed that up. There was another thing. I can't recall what it was.
because we were just, and I'm like, the Marmol one, I felt like we kind of covered damn near everything, honestly, on that one, just being honest with the audience, because I think Jackson calls this show Honesty in Media. I would have loved to have asked him about his comments publicly with Tyler O'Neill a couple of years ago about the effort thing. And I think he would have answered it. He might have disagreed with me. I don't give a damn. But I mean, it was a respectful disagreement thing. So it's cool when you know you can have that, and you know everybody's kind of like, I'm gonna bust your balls. Then it's good. Then you can have an honest conversation. That's the way people who at least respect each other interact. So I left some out there, and I was glad that the audience enjoyed that conversation. But I'm like, man, I left that out. I'm like, why didn't I ask about the? I just forgot. That's the honest reason. But it sucks. That's on me, and that's Jackson's fault.
Victor Scott. I'd say Victor Scott.
That's a nice play.
Victor Scott would be 3-hole there.
I was going to give you guys a surprise today and have him come by again. Just
return engagement.
Yes, I wanted to just have somebody do 2 hits. Although now, Ollie, did that count as a?
Yeah.
Did you put him? Mozeliak came back yesterday.
That's right.
Rack both of them.
Rack both of them. Jackson's racking them both.
On the board.
Twice. On the board twice.
2 appearanrances.
A lot of dunking. Yeah. With those 2 fingers by Jackson over there, authoritatively saying.
Oh,
put him on the board.
We just got a break. I understand. We've done like 70-minute segments, so we got to catch up. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called TMA. It's broadcasting from Cardinal Spring Training on 101 ESPN. Miss anything? Go back and podcast it. Dobbs Tire and Auto Center, sponsor of the podcast app for both TMA STL. Download the TMA STL app, and 101 ESPN, sponsor of the app. This is TMA, Cardinal Spring Training coverage, brought to you by Sumner One and CarStar on 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
Come in. Joe, I wasn't expecting to see you. Why does everybody say that? I came to congratulate you. No joke. Well, it was a hard-fought campaign. Campaign? I'm talking about #1 Frank Lita. Ah, yes. Frank Lita, Mitsubishi in Bridgeton. We love the $29 down, don't we? Every vehicle, just $29 down. I'm being serious right now. Get a new car and put your tax refund in the bank. Thanks to Frank Lita, Mitsubishi. Guess what? And by the way, get 0% financing for 60 months. Acres of new Mitsubishis, and we love that new Outlander. What a terrific vehicle. Plus acres of pre-owned. But what about financing? Come on, man. All you need is a job and $29, and it can happen very quickly at Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi. In the automotive outlet in Bridgeton. YesLita.com, Jack.
Based on the National Mitsubishi Report 9124. New 25 Mirage, 19.3, 29 down, $320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR. Plus tax title to qualified buyers.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements.
If you get hurt because of somebody else's carelessness, it's not right. The pain, the suffering, the medical bills, the lost wages. We get you justice. We get you fairness. We get you paid for the inconvenience and pain that you suffered. We care about you, and we will get you every dollar you deserve, no matter what. We're Brown and Crouppen.
Rock and Roll Hall of Famers. The
New house, you might say.
Shut the front door.
Winning.
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need. Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business. Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it and will beat any print quote. Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs. No problem. I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens. Totally. I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing. I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Hey, it's Kerry Davis, and fellas, if you could benefit from a little extra oomph in the bedroom, we all could. Blue Chew can help. Your partner wants you to do whatever it takes to make your sex life better, and Blue Chew is your secret weapon for the bedroom or wherever you decide to get it on. Turn that oh no into oh yes. If you're ready for a great offer, how about free? Go to BlueChew.com. Make sure you consult with a licensed medical provider and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it. Blue Chew is an online prescription service, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. And it ships right to your door in a discreet package. If you don't like swallowing pills, Blue Chew offers tablets as well. So visit BlueChew.com and make sure you get there and get it going as soon as possible. Again, Blue Chew's licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. They're made right here in the U.S., so they prepare to ship direct, and it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Visit them today at BlueChew.com.
Sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Whether you're saving for a state-of-the-art espresso maker or your own place to put it in, Central Bank is here with savings tools, mortgages, and other financial solutions to help you dream bigger, bank better. CentralBank.net. Equal housing lender. NMLS 407985.
St. Louis Blues hockey can be heard exclusively on 101 ESPN. Get the info you need before and after every Blues game with the First Community pre- and post-game show.
First Community Credit Union, calling St. Louis home for 90 years and powered by Scott Lee Heating Company.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Round 2 of the Genesis Invitational at Torrey Pines in La Jolla, California, set to get underway in just a little under 2 hours. Denny McCarthy, your leader, at -4, but Scotty Scheffler lurking just a little bit back. This was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, Tim, guess what?
John Mozeliak wanted to be on 3 times this week, and he's back. Oh, he didn't.
No, I actually didn't. What I was thinking, though, was 2 things.
Okay, what do we got?
Why are you still here?
Oh, Doug, this is not going well.
That's fair.
And number 2 is, thank God it's Friday, because someone told me you guys are leaving.
No!
Yes, it's true. It's true.
No!
We're leaving.
Is that true?
Were you in a Dodge Neon a minute ago? Tim saw you in a Dodge Neon.
That's my car right there, that white one.
I know.
That's a nice whip. Does that get shipped down here, or do you drive?
No, that's a rental.
Really? Swing, miss.
Okay.
Swing, miss.
The bigger question was, do you drive down here?
I've driven. I actually love
I'm sure
it.
you do.
Now, what did that mean right there? I picked up a read. Like, you can't afford airfare. That's what that meant. That's exactly what that meant, and you know I'm right.
Do you think we're, Jonathan, do you think we're hitchhiking
Well, I know the
back?
company's not paying by the mile. But what was that?
Are you concerned that we're hitchhiking back to St. Louis? Is that your thought?
Matter of fact, I'll pay for your flight.
Hold on. The management just heard that.
Yeah.
Could be a concern.
I will send you a 1099 later.
That's we're gonna be let go. That's fine. That's the nature of the beast.
When Tim said, I think Mo's in a Dodge.
It all ends.
He said Mo's in a Dodge Neon. I said, let's not end the week the way we started it with things that weren't quite accurate. Not our fault. But
how did you hear about the fake Arenado sighting?
Well, actually, the gentleman that tweeted it, I guess,
Yes.
or X on X or something, whatever it's called now. He sent me an apology.
He sent me one as well, I have to say. He was very kind about
But that's when I realized he did that.
So you didn't know.
Apology. I would have never known.
It's like when your kids apologize for something, and you're like, I didn't know you did that. And they're like,
why did I apologize?
Shouldn't have said anything.
Why did I apologize?
Hey, if you waste your personal capital that way, it's your fault.
But we will see Arenado this weekend, though. Correct, right? That's one.
As of right now, I would believe so, yes.
Okay.
Do you know that I bet 5 different members of the audience $50 a piece, $250, which you know is
you know,
That's
for
a
me.
lot of glue for you.
Thank you. A lot of glue. I like that. That he would not be on the opening day roster. So if there's anything that, I don't know if that encourages anything, but just so you know, I've got, you talk about
First off,
capital.
Rule 21, I can't gamble and I can't even influence.
Thank you. That disclaimer has now been established.
Now you really need to go.
We got a situation.
Hey, Doug,
Yeah.
what do you actually do?
I'm the glue that holds this place together.
I mean, I feel like you're like Silent Bob on the radio.
These two are talking magpies. They never stop.
Magpies.
He's never even on the air.
I know.
He's doing the TV the whole time. You got a problem with that. Thank you for making that
Ollie
observation.
gave Doug a coconut water yesterday, and then about 20 minutes
He's pushing his product, guys.
Has he got a product now? He's got his own line?
Like he's an investor.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, no,
Yola.
We got duped.
Yola.
He handed it to Doug.
And it
then,
like sedated Doug.
And then 20 minutes later, he said, does this guy even talk?
Yeah, it was like A.J. Hawk on the Pat McAfee show.
I think he drugged him during the show. Knocked him out.
It was in a can, right?
Yeah, the can.
Coconut water.
And I came back and I'm like, oh, you're bringing high noons over for the dais. And he goes, no, it's coconut water. Try some. Doug did, and he was gone.
I was plastered. It's best that I not talk too much for legal reasons.
Right, I would imagine.
Sued.
Any just one hint of news and notes? Have you talked to Arenado's camp in recent days?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. That's a quote.
There's your news and notes.
There's your news and notes.
I can tweet that with all certainty.
You guys can now expense your trip.
Now that we got that piece of information. Hey, I felt like I left this one out here when you were sitting there. I'm going to try, and I know you're going to probably dunk on me again, but that's good because you get one more Jordan Patrick Ewing. The Edmonds interview, when he was on with us last week, what'd you think?
I hadn't heard about that.
We did ask Ollie about it yesterday.
I remember to do it, but I didn't ask you. But what do you think about it?
Well, I mean, look, I think Jim and I are friends. I think you guys know that. Disappointed that he feels like it ended the way it did. But, you know, ultimately, he's always going to be a part of the Cardinal family. And so, you know, in terms of like how he's used or what's asked of him, I mean, really it's up to him, right? Now, living down in Tennessee now, I think, you know, that complicates things anyway. Yeah. But I certainly wish him the best. And I don't have any hard feelings with him. I mean, look, I know Jim's Jim, and he's going to say what he's thinking and sometimes not what he's thinking. And that happens.
But former players, to your thought, they're always welcome. But do there have to be guardrails like, well, you can't just do this? Or
I'm not a big fan of like the kind of step in and coach for a day, and then when you have people that are all in, right? You guys hear me talk a lot about the ability to go pole to pole. And when you think about like the uniform staff in that building today, these are guys that, you know, really work 24/7. And for about 10 months, they're embedded. They are working to try to improve players. And so we don't like close the door to one-offs to help people that are in slumps or trying to get them right. But it's also a lot easier to fix something when you're really not responsible for it. Right. And, you know, those guys are, and they're held accountable for it. So it's a big difference. So, look, Jimmy Edmonds is a Red Jacket. He's a Cardinal Hall of Famer, and I loved watching him play, love being around him. But, you know, as far as like, if he really wants to coach, then you got to go all in.
So you're saying he's still welcome here?
Of course. So, yeah. I'm not going to ban him. I mean, I thought about banning you guys.
Well, I don't know.
No, that's true. I mean, like, didn't you reach out to me early on? And you're like, hey, Mo, like, really tiptoeing around this, but is it okay if we have the radio show down there?
Yeah.
You did.
No, I asked.
You did.
No, 100%. No, I asked
and
Brian
it was very
Bartow.
timid ask.
Well,
no, it was. Because you're pretty bold.
I asked Brian Bartow. I said, oh, boy, better ask Mo. And I said, all right. A couple weeks later, hadn't heard back. I said, I'll just ask Mo. Hey, what do you think if the fellas come down and talk some ball?
Exactly. That's how it sounded?
Yeah, we promised not to wear Old Warson shirts. We'll just kind of fit right in, and I'll make sure Tim behaves. That was a big part of it.
That was part
Joe
of it.
Strauss called it pee-pee talk, and
Yeah.
I said no pee-pee talk.
The question
You've actually really grown up.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
I know it's coming. I already know it's coming. It's on the tee for you. You said it. You put it on the tee.
I'm complimenting you for once.
Yeah.
I'm not.
And
I felt like there was what I would call an unfortunate height reference coming, and I gave you a wide berth to finish it off. That's all.
I didn't want to because I want to leave on a high note.
Oh wow!
I mean, why wouldn't you want people to be like? I want to be nice.
Oh my gosh! Look at this.
God, now I
don't know what to do.
So when I tweeted earlier, Mo's an ass. Now I have. I'm going to go back and delete.
Did you use capital letters?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's how you know he's screaming.
I'm going to go back and delete it.
That's how you know that it's going down. You just want the question of the day thing. Various producers over the years where they would follow the players out to the field, nearly tripping some of your investments. Now that we're signing off here, what do you think of that?
Remind me some names, like
Producer Joe,
Plowhawk,
the Plowboy, very skinny gentleman with
Little
long
guy.
hair.
Iggy did it for a while.
Iggy did it. Yeah. Yep.
They would chase the players out into the field.
I mean, look, I get it. Everybody's got a job to do. Just don't hurt our players.
That's all you're asking. Right? But that was one of the terms of this week. Question of the day. Let's leave that in the past.
I really think, though, like when we're starting to talk about producers, most people don't really remember who they are.
Jackson that's how Jackson didn't know what hit him. Jackson's over there texting his girlfriend, I'll see you in 12 hours, and you just got...
Oh, wow.
All right, that was terrible. But I was actually thinking of Iggy.
Now Iggy gets,
taking shrapnel.
Iggy gets hit.
All right. Well, Mo, thanks for having us.
Yes,
Yeah, you guys
allowing.
were great guests. Our players really enjoyed speaking with all of you, so well done. Kudos.
Wow.
I can't tell if you're serious.
That's the beauty.
He just waved Doug off. And that'll wrap it up. That's how it is. There it is. John Mozeliak, a third appearance on the program. Doug, 1, 2, 3. Boy, if you would have set the over-under, I think a lot of would have set him at 0.5. 3 covers. If you would have bet that alternate line, you would have been paid like 50 to 1.
Yeah.
And I got to ask my Edmonds question, too.
There we go.
Effing that up a few days ago.
That was great.
How about that?
Maybe we should stay down here another few weeks and just talk to him every day.
I think it's probably best to, was it
Yeah,
Costanza said end on a high note?
Back it up a bit. Don't really care.
Ladies and gentlemen, my understanding is like by commercial break time, we're still in like the 8 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that probably means I need to take some breaks. But you know what, Doug? We've gotten a lot here, and we are grateful for it. And I think there were compliments there. And then he said, I really grew up. And I'm like, I know what's coming. It's going to be an unfortunate height comment.
Right.
And then he goes, no. But I know it was coming. I'm just telling you, I know it was coming.
Yeah.
But,
Well, we switched stations. We had to grow up a little bit.
Yeah, we're all grown up, and we're all grown up. Ladies and Jackson, you took a hit, too.
Yeah, well, that hurt.
That one got
Between
you?
that and Burleson today, I'm really wearing it.
Yeah, critical of your distance. He's hitting 7-iron 180 and holing out, and you're
brutal
in the spot that you're in. Ladies and gentlemen, email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Comes your way the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Do you have what it takes to beat the Blues? Tune into BK and Ferrario every Monday for your shot to take on a member of your St. Louis Blues in a contest. And you could score a signed puck and tickets to an upcoming Blues game. It's BK and Ferrario's Beat the Blues giveaway every Monday on 101 ESPN.
I'm Gentry.
I'm Ben. We're the Golden Boys. It's the 25th annual Hardee's Rise and Shine for Heat benefit on Valentine's Day.
Woo-wee! Show some love to your neighbors in Illinois and Missouri in need of utility help.
On Valentine's Day, drop off a buck or more and get a sausage biscuit or egg biscuit.
Join 101 ESPN Sugar Plums February the 14th at Hardee's, 4321 Butler Hill Road. As we rise and shine.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, I've got this round.
Thanks, man.
Cheers.
Sir, your card was declined.
Oh, well, this is awkward.
Hey there. Someone uncomfortable?
Who are you?
Ron, the Wizard of Comfort. At Swiss Air Heating and Cooling, this year's Sweet 16 deal includes $1,600 off a new system, a 16-year parts and labor warranty, and 0% financing for up to 60 months. That's 16 years of worry-free operation. Most companies offer a 10-year warranty because that's how long a typical system lasts. Right now, we offer a 16-year warranty because that's when you need us most.
That's actually an amazing deal.
So you'll be paying in cash or...
Ron, I'm uncomfortable again.
For $1,600 off a new system, 16 years parts and labor warranty, and 0% financing for 5 years, call us today at 636-500-2665. That's 636-500-COOL, or online at SwissAirSTL.com. That's SwissAirSTL.com.
Kevin Morat, Mentality founder here with a wake-up call. You're running on fumes, gentlemen. Just 1/3 of the free testosterone you need. That's why you're drained, defeated, and disgusted with your progress. But here's the truth. Mentality doctors specialize in epic comebacks. Our clients show an increase of 30% testosterone levels within the first month. We don't just treat men, we reignite lives. Just imagine the focus, energy, and drive being restored. Your comeback starts now. Don't wait. Make this your best year yet. Start today at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
No contract, no enrollment fee. The time to join Club Fitness is now. Hurry! This special promotion has been extended for a limited time. No contract, no enrollment fee, just results. Join now at clubfitness.us or stop by any of our 19 locations. Open up your one.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD2 Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the morning after. The program is broadcasting live from Cardinals spring training in Jupiter, Florida. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you. Listen live on 101 ESPN or the 101 ESPN app. And you can watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. The spring training coverage this week brought to you by Sumner One and CarStar. Jackson, one more hour left.
Yep.
We know Joey Vitale is going to join us.
Yep. Coming up.
He's going to be on the phone.
Yes.
And then, I mean, you got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up on that Stiefel dossier. Is there going to be a surprise like in the previous segment? John Mozeliak, his third appearance on the program.
Sure, that was outstanding. Hopefully, Miles Michaelis will swing by the program.
That's the one. That's the horse you're betting on.
Yeah, that's the horse I'm
Doug,
betting
is there a horse you're going to bet on?
I'll say we'll be surprised with Jordan Walker. Is Jordan Walker even here? He's not here.
I have yet to see him.
It's going to make it a big surprise.
Okay.
I've yet to see him. If he walks by, though, I'm going to ask him.
Okay.
Fair enough.
I haven't seen him, so I have a feeling he's not here.
If you want to see John Mozeliak's third drive-by, he is up on
Instagram.
Whoever's doing Instagram. Is that you? Is that the chairman?
That's me.
Okay. And then I get invited to collaborate, Doug, and then I just collaborate. And I just click accept. I don't even know what I'm accepting. You guys could sabotage me.
Stop, collaborate, and listen. Ice is back. I forget the rest of the words.
What are you saying, man?
Vanilla
Stop,
Ice.
Collaborate and listen.
Ice is back.
That's not like Schaefer and Shepard.
Something.
What was that you said earlier?
Tightly. My steward, my shepherd, my Schaefer.
Jason Gossard.
Now, what was that clap?
Yeah, it felt like an affirmative punctuation verbally.
All right.
Audibly.
Huh.
Bill.
Allie Dub says bad baseball is better than no baseball. Think about that.
I concur. Bad pizza, better than no pizza kind of thing.
Depends on how hungry you are.
Yeah. I'm getting kind of hungry.
Yeah.
I have some.
What are you guys going to have dinner in O'Hare tonight?
Yeah, something like that.
Probably.
Portillo's. Do you think they got Portillo's there? That'd be great.
Maybe we can score some Cheez-Its.
Oh, I got some snacks for us.
Oh, have you?
Rice cakes and such.
Okay. Don't say and such.
Oh, they're good.
Great job this week, boys. Bob Wagon. Jackson,
Bob.
there are compliments coming in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Doug, this is not what this program is used to.
I'm uncomfortable with it.
That's odd for sure. But, so thanks, Bob.
Hold on. Here's some balance. Mr. Siders.
Oh, yeah. My favorite.
Man, all this I don't think I can say this phrase. Boy, Richard. Okay.
Fondling.
Mouth play.
Yeah.
Of each other is getting kind of hot. Even that, I don't know if that was a real. He's more critical of your inability to hit proper distances for your age and size.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually a fair criticism. I just think the way he goes about it is a little
cockeyed.
Yeah, that's not the way I would ever want to conduct myself.
How about this? Check this out, Doug. Cattywampus.
I like it.
It's not how I would want to conduct myself, but I can't judge how others do it.
Everyone talking about how Marmol changed their minds about.
Well, thank you.
Oh.
Everyone talking about how Marmol changed their minds about him after having him on your show. I feel that way about Mo this week. He was great. I never heard that side of him. That's from the 314.
That's Mo, man.
Well, I would describe him. My wife and I went out to dinner. It was her birthday yesterday, and we went out to dinner. And I said, John Mozeliak in February of 2025 is the equivalent of Tim Robbins as he escapes Shawshank. It was at 90.
I don't know the years, Tim.
He's for lack of a better term, the man is freed up.
Yeah.
And you can listen or watch, and you can judge in your own eyes and ears. But I think it would tell you that.
He's always had that kind of sarcastic humor towards us. You haven't heard that from him because we haven't been down here for a few years.
5 years.
Yeah. So if you listen to this show all the time, you don't get that because we haven't been here.
94 for Shawshank.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And you felt like it should have been Best Picture, but it wasn't.
I felt like Pulp Fiction should have been Best Picture or Shawshank, not Forrest Gump. But
wow,
Forrest Gump's pretty good,
outstanding. Just not better than those two I just previously.
Shakespeare in Love, 99.
Also not better than
Saving Private Ryan.
Right, I think that was 98.
Oh no, does it matter?
No, of course not.
Okay.
But, well, also Tim gets the year on both sides. So.
All right.
Yeah, you got to remember that, Doug. Joey Vitale is going to join us coming up in the next segment. Jackson's going to ask him some questions about hockey. So
right.
We're looking forward to that. That is coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
You can now watch 101 ESPN live on our Air Alliance Team Studio Cams. Catch every show live on our YouTube channel or at 101ESPN.com. 101 ESPN Studio Cams.
Presented by the Air Alliance Team Heating and Cooling. Getting the job done quickly, correctly, 100% of the time.
AMCO presents Bet You Didn't Know.
Bet you didn't know that your car's transmission is made up of 800 pieces. Also, bet you didn't know that AMCO's fixed over 40 million transmissions and that AMCO offers a nationwide warranty.
AMCO offers easy payment plan options for most any credit situation, so you can fix it fast and pay it off slow. At AMCO. That's AMCO, AA, MCO.
Wouldn't you like to take a vacation from your bills? Well, you can. With credit card balances at an all-time high and Golden Oak's 5.25% rate, you could be saving thousands of dollars after a simple phone call. Call today and get your cash in as little as 14 days and make no payments for 2 months. Call 314-567-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing, join my blues.
6.19 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
This is attorney Todd Nissenholtz of Kaufman Townsley. When I was young, I sat at the dinner table listening to how my dad fought to get justice for those injured by negligent drivers. I was so inspired that I grew up and became an attorney. It's in my blood. If you're the victim of an accident, I'll fight for your rights. So when you sit at the dinner table with your family, you'll know justice was served. Kaufman Townsley. Real people, real results. Call 314-500-5000. That's 314-500-5000.
Being first in line can be very important to homeowners. First in line for the plumber. First in line for the HVAC guy. First at Banner Construction. It's Banner Construction's winter home event. And you can be first in line this spring and save before the annual price increases. Banner Construction is a James Hardy and Pella window replacement specialist. And now is the best time to schedule a free in-home consultation with no obligation. Call 314-569-1050 or see us on the web and have a banner day. Go!
Hey you, it's Dr. Pryor. If your mouth's been getting more action from late night pizza than it has from a toothbrush, it's time to come see me. At 100 West Dental, we know how to clean up your act and your smile. Whether it's overdue cleanings, a chipped tooth from a wild weekend, or just getting that fresh, I'm definitely not hungover grin, we got you covered. Look, we know you're not shy, so why shy away from getting your teeth right? Book your free consultation at 100westdental.com, and let's give you something to smile about.
I'm Gentry.
I'm Ben. We're the Golden Boys. It's the 25th annual Hardee's Rise and Shine for Heat benefit on Valentine's Day.
Woo-wee! Show some love to your neighbors in Illinois and Missouri in need of utility help.
On Valentine's Day, drop off a buck or more and get a sausage biscuit or egg biscuit.
Join 101 ESPN Sugar Plums February the 14th at Hardee's, 4321 Butler Hill Road. As we rise and shine.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
101 ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. Check out either the 101 mobile app or 101ESPN.com for your chance to win a signed puck autographed by Blues forward Jake Neighbors. Get entered to win that Jake Neighbors signed puck right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app, powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. Live from Roger Dean Stadium at Cardinals Spring Training. Presented by CarStar and Sumner One. We're talking everything St. Louis Blues as we head into the Blues booth on 101 ESPN. Presented by Boardwalk Hardwood Floors. Find your perfect new floor at boardwalkhardwood.com.
TMA 101 ESPN live from Cardinals Spring Training. Final hour of 20 hours of live broadcasting from Jupiter, Florida. All presented to you this week by CarStar and by Sumner One. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, ladies and gentlemen, friend of the show, Joey Vitale. Morning, Joey.
He's not there. I don't hear him.
The call dropped. I'll call him back.
Hello, Joe.
Oh, Doug.
No.
It's okay, Chairman.
Oh, Doug.
Okay.
Well, then I'm going to take this opportunity to tell people about getting their teeth cleaned and checked up real nice, like at 100 West Dental with Dr. Brandon Pryor. The man built brand new offices with the most modern technology with the patient experience at the front of mind. If you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. And they have a great promo going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it will look like before you even go through with it. They're online at 100westdental.com, or you can call 636-585-0100. It's 100westdental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor. We now circle back to the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN, and we are joined by friend of the show, Joey Vitale. Joey, you there?
I'm back. Lost you guys for a minute. Sorry about that.
Yes. Yes. That was close.
What would you guys have done? The whole show would have ended right then and there if you didn't get me.
Would have collapsed. Yeah.
Would have collapsed right there.
Absolutely. Would have been over.
Hey, what'd you think about those Kachuk boys last night, eh?
Hey, not bad. Not bad for some American boys, huh? Love seeing it. You know, it's amazing watching these boys, the way they've kind of taken over the league in a lot of different respects. You know, I grew up here in St. Louis, obviously, as you guys know, and during my kind of prime playing days, these two boys were very young. I worked out with a guy named John Benny, who has elevated performance out in De Pere. Shout out, John Benny. elevated performance. Hopefully,
John
they'll
Penny
sponsor
gets
the
a
show.
shout.
If not, they should be.
No, it's another Joey Vitale Yola special.
You know what? I'm just being
at this
honest.
point now,
I'm not
he's
going to
just free and
sugarcoat
easy.
it. I'm not going to sugarcoat what I love. All right. But so we're working out. And we're
Hope
doing our
John Benny
workouts,
doesn't
and
mind his invoice.
Chris Butler and I, of course, are two of his big clients there at the time, and he's obviously a lot bigger now. But Big Walt had his two boys, join us at the CBC track on some Saturdays where we're doing sprints and doing different things. And I'm 26, 27 years old, and Chris is around 24, 25, and these two young boys just showed up. I think Matthew at the time may have been 11, 12, 13, something around there, and Brady was just a little bit younger. And Brady was funny because he would always, as a 9, 10-year-old, doing these sprints with these pros, he'd always act like he pulled a hammy, and he always would kind of milk it and have to sit out, and Matthew would keep pushing through. We'd all be giving him trouble. But, you look at the way Matthew and Brady have taken over the league in a lot of respects, like I mentioned. To me, it's because of reasons like that. Being around pro players their entire life, and they have been. They've been around and they've been exposed to this lifestyle since they were kids, whether it be, running sprints with me and Chris Butler, but being around Big Walt, going into the locker room with the St. Louis Blues. I can't tell you guys, going into the locker room for the very first time as a rookie and being exposed and seeing the Mike Modanos and the Sidney Crosbys, it takes time. I don't care if you're 18, 19, 20, 24. It takes time for you to get comfortable being around these superstars, and it could take years. Well, for Matthew and Brady, it didn't take years. They kind of just adjusted right away because they were already around Big Walt and Pavel Demitra, and they've seen Brett Hall. They've gotten to know Wayne Gretzky. I mean, they've been around all the best players their entire life. So when they get into the NHL, it was just a very seamless transition for them, and they've continued to build and grow. And it was a great, great game last night, and it's great to see Brady get on the board, the first goal there, and then, of course, the USA takes over.
The way they're talking about it, they really take this Four Nations tournament seriously, like it's a huge deal, not just an exhibition tournament, right?
Definitely. I mean, look at the physicality last night. I mean, Matthew Tkachuk had a hit in, I think, the second shift of the game. I think he blew up. Maybe it was Ole Mata there behind the net. You look at the way it was Connor McDavid. He got in a little bit of a tussle there in the very first game against, I believe it was Raquel, Swedish forward. They were kind of jousting, and he just cross-checked Connor McDavid in the first period. I mean, these are the best players in the world. They're bringing their physicality. You can tell the emotions. I mean, the first goal a couple nights ago when Nathan McKinnon scores on the power play. I mean, how about that goal in the first place? Just McKinnon from Crosby and McDavid. I mean, you can't ask for anything better than that for the opening goal of this tournament.
Yeah.
But you saw the emotions. They were pumped. I mean, the crowd in Montreal, the Bell Center, obviously the most capacity of any arena. I mean, the NHL and the hockey world has done this right. I mean, it's been a really fun tournament. I think the Finns, of course, as we saw last night, they're a small fish in a very big pond. It's going to be a long shot for them. But from there, guys, it's USA, Canada, Sweden. I mean, it's up for grabs. This USA-Canada game tomorrow night is going to be one for the ages. I think that it is going to be so emotional and so impactful, and it's really going to touch a lot of people around the sports world's lives.
I'm fired up to watch this one. We will be flying back tonight and be able to watch the festivities tomorrow. Speaking of that, I got this question here from the non-link, and I like this question. I'm curious what you think about this. Question for Vitale. Why is the U.S. so much better at developing goalies than Canada? The best theory I've heard is that in Canada, they identify goalies too early. So if you're not a star at 14 or 15, you aren't put into the Canadian program or getting serious junior looks, whereas in the U.S., you have the U.S. junior leagues and the NCAA system to catch the late bloomers. Does Joey agree? What do you think about that?
I'll tell you one thing. Here in the United States, they have a new system for youth hockey players that has been implemented here for over a decade now. But it's this idea that you're absolutely right. The best goalies are the best athletes, right? And I know it sounds crazy, but, Jordan Binnington, he's an incredible athlete. I mean, I play with Marc-Andre Fleury, who's going to be a Hall of Famer one day. It's incredible what he would do as an athlete. I mean, the way he can do, somersaults and backflips and all this kind of stuff. The best goalies are the best athletes. So the issue is, I think, it's coming around the world that, okay, you want your son to play goalie. You want your kid to be an elite goalie. If you want your kid to be an elite goalie, make him learn the game of hockey first. Make him play out. Like, let him play out for a while. And I talked to Mike McKernan about this. Of course, he played in the NHL as a goaltender, and his daughters play hockey, and he's made his girls just play out. And you want to play out as long as you can. You know, in the United States, you know, if you're a goalie for the fall league, in the spring, you're playing out, right? Because you have to learn the game. You have to learn your edges. You have to know how to skate. And not to mention, you know, the best way to get a goalie's perspective on how to defend a goal is you have to be a player. You know, it's like a forward who's been a forward his whole life, and then the coach in high school makes him play defense. Well, he's going to have a great perspective on how to defend because he was on the flip side. You know, he's using his mirror neurons, of course. So I think that is absolutely 100% the case here in the United States. You know, Tim, you're going to see, if you haven't already, with your little guy playing hockey, there's a thing right now called pass the bag, where when you're a youth hockey player, whether 6U, 8U, 10U, you know, especially around the St. Louis area, there's a pass the bag policy where there's no one who is a goalie. Everyone takes a turn playing goalie. They have these pads now that just straps right over the regular player's equipment, and everyone takes a turn playing goalie. So they're doing that. I think it's a great idea because, like I said, you want the goalies to be great overall athletes, and you want them to learn the game of hockey first and foremost. But specializing too young certainly has not been shown to be a benefit if you want to kind of isolate to that position.
Joey Vitale here on TMA 101 ESPN. He always joins us on Fridays and talks it over. U.S. and Canada tomorrow in the Four Nations. That should be outstanding. Joey, always enjoy the conversation, man. You have a wonderful weekend.
Well, you can as well enjoy Florida.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you.
Joey Vitale with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Joey Vitale with us here on TMA. James Carlton presents Gabe DeArmond on Mondays and Fridays when we are in St. Louis. James Carlton provides great customer service. Has your insurance gone up in the last year? Well, give James a chance to save you money. You have nothing to lose by calling there 314-961-4800, and somebody right there in the St. Louis area is going to answer that phone and see if they can save you money. Nothing to lose. I made the switch to James Carlton 6 years ago. I recommend you do as well. It is James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800. Look at this. Oh, my goodness. I mean, Miles Michaelis and Lars Nootbaar just I mean, a rare...
Better broadcast this all the way to Japan, though.
A double dip.
Oh.
I mean...
I want to get it over with. No, I'm kidding.
No, nobody would ever say they want to get this over with.
You guys got the kilowatts to get this overseas for me and Lars or no?
Is that what it takes? Kilowatts?
That's your
Maybe gigawatts. It's far away. 1.21 gigawatts will send this signal to the moon.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Nothing much. Just out here, beautiful.
Hold on a second. Oh, our engineer is... Miles, we're off to a good start. You like this?
You left the cough button on there.
Are we good now?
Jackson had the cough.
Am I on?
You are clear. Okay, Lars's cough button was on. Jackson left it on. Lars,
so you push that button when you're going to cough.
That's exactly right.
I like that.
I
mean, it's
or when I'm talking, because they're just like, all right, we'll just put a headset on
really
and act like he's talking.
self-explanatory. I like it.
How's it going?
It's good, man. It's happy to be back here. Obviously, you know, nice weather back in Miles' hometown. So
this is
nothing
Miles'
better.
hometown.
Yeah.
How's it going for you? You're the
hometown boy doing hometown things.
Hometown hero. Miles
is he a hometown hero?
Oh my goodness!
When you go around,
you can't go anywhere without somebody dropping Miles Michaelis.
It's not Tiger Woods.
No. Gosh,
it's
no.
Miles Michaelis.
No.
It had to be great growing up in a place where you could play baseball year round.
Yeah.
How much did that help?
Yeah, but you know, back when I grew up, that wasn't like a thing as much yet. You know, I played rec basketball in the winter, and in the summer we went to the beach and fished and hung out. We did, you know, maybe like 1 or 2 tournaments.
Yeah.
It wasn't until like my senior year of high school that the perfect game and all that stuff got big, and I was a little more into it. But the year-round baseball wasn't a thing when I was growing up.
Probably saved your arm. Otherwise, you'd have pitched every day.
Yeah, I mean, I
kept him athletic too.
You know, my amateur career was like a little bit like my professional one. Is, you know, I was pretty good when I was 12, and I was 14. I wasn't very good, so I wasn't playing a whole lot of travel ball anyway. You know, a little bit of that. You know, snorkeling, spearfishing, this and that.
I would imagine your real estate has increased exponentially over the last 5 years. Am I correct on this?
Yeah. I actually got
I'm
really
interested
lucky.
in people's portfolios.
No. Trust me, I've been hearing about this. For
you've heard it for him?
5 seasons.
Oh, is that right?
I've been building a house for like the better part of 3 years. I keep telling everybody it's gonna be ready, it's gonna be ready. But like building a house, the construction, like the concrete, and then this, and then like this has to go in, and then we had some of those hurricanes that come through, and like it didn't really hurt us bad over here, but like it just slows things down. And like, okay, so now this guy can't come till Wednesday, but the guy that was going to come on Thursday, now he can't go because the Wednesday guy didn't finish, and then he can't come till like then the next week, and it just like day by day, like little ticks, and it keeps going.
Did you ever put your finger in their chest and tell them who you are?
No, it's trust me. It's as far as Palm Beach goes, I'm probably still like low on the. You got these guys in Palm Beach, you got these giant houses going up on the water and all this stuff like that, and I'm not into that kind of thing, but no, the real estate, I got lucky and bought a couple houses that I rent out like 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Like before things got really crazy.
Right.
And I just rent them out, but the value of them does go up. It's a great market to be in. My mom's a real estate agent.
Oh.
People want to come down here buy a house.
What do we got? Let's do a live read.
Yeah, give a little shout out.
Shout out.
Knows my mom, my real estate agent. Great. She got 20 plus years in the real estate game down here. So.
Well, it's good to see you finally making some money, taking a second job so you can, put some food on the table.
Yeah. I think retirement, maybe, start a construction company, build some houses.
You're going to have to do something.
Yeah, I got to give my kids something to do,
Larson,
send them to learn how to do some stonework here and there.
Some stonework?
Yeah.
Do you rent? Do you own? What is your? I'm interested in real estate portfolios in the Jupiter. What do you got going on when you come down here?
I'm Airbnb-ing with Helsley. Yeah, so we've past two spring trainings we've been with each other, and he kind of does the legwork on that, and I just say, all right, whatever you do, just get a 2-bedroom or whatever it is, and I'll just shack up with you. And so,
is this one of the Michaelis properties?
No, it's not, because when we ask him, it's too much. So we just
you're overcharging your teammates.
We just go on our own. So yeah. That's the only catch. That's the only catch with
my rentals are good. They're family homes. We do like full 12-month rentals. We try to stay away from that 6-month that tourist tax you got to pay on any rental under. Yeah.
He knows all the ins and outs.
Yeah, he does.
And ball players as tenants. Ugh. I've been one. I've been there. You don't want to.
It's grotesque.
You don't want those guys. The guys are dirty. Lars got his socks and shoes everywhere.
Well, I'll ask one baseball question and let you boys get out of here. The thing that I've noticed, and you guys would at this point be considered certainly veterans, you got some young guys, and they're kind of excited about being part of a foundation for a new era of Cardinal baseball. How would you assess what you're seeing in there from some of these young guys?
A lot of talent in there.
Yeah.
It's really just pitchers and catchers here right now. A lot of great arms in there. And even the guys that are young, it's a mature group. You sit there and you talk, you talk pitching with them, and they're real up to speed. I think it speaks volumes like what the organization does with its analytics and stuff. And even like the college programs and high school programs that these kids come from is that they have a lot of that knowledge and analytics and all the pitch movements and the TrackMan stuff, and they're very well versed on it. Mm-hmm. So it's fun to hear that from them. And now as a veteran, we get to teach them about some more of those subtle nuances of the game, like not parking too close to the clubhouse, making sure we got donuts on Fridays and stuff like that.
Those are some of the nuances
the stuff that
of the
you
game.
really need, the stuff that you got to be good at. You want to be a good big leaguer. Yeah. There's other stuff than just baseball.
Lars, I know the position players, some are, of course, here, but still not here all for a few days. What are your observations from what you've seen in there?
It's been great. We do have a good amount of guys out here right now, and it's always exciting to watch guys come back and then see what they've been working on in the offseason. Everybody looks really good, from guys that got some experience last year to new guys that, we've added on, and even the guys coming up through the farm system. They all look really good, and I'm excited. And I know they got, everyone's talking about this youth energy that we got going on, but I think it's good for us. Miles obviously does a good job of keeping it loose and stuff like that, but just making sure that we have that energy is always important, and so we don't have to rely on Miles or somebody like that to bring it. But it's exciting, that's you only know what you know, and so these guys are coming in with crazy optimism and everything, and so you're just going. As a guy that is not a veteran, I don't want to keep saying that because I'm 20. I'm still young, everybody. I'm still young. But, you're excited about it. And you remember being in those shoes, and wanting to prove everybody wrong, and so. I feel like that's kind of where we're at right now, and it's an exciting place to be.
Lars Nootbaar, Miles Michaelis sitting down with us here on 101 ESPN. This is the Morning After live from Cardinal Spring Training. Miles, I had a television source who may or may not be standing over there in the ball cap and the sunglasses tell me about how you're approaching your quotes in advance of the season this year versus 2024.
That's hey, listen, you live and you learn. You live and you learn. And listen, those are some of the nuances that Miles is still learning. You know?
You're never done learning. You know, sometimes you say things and you're trying to be funny. You're trying to, people want to, a reason to root against you or root for you, or the media likes to hype things up, and it's fun to say things that might sound a little outlandish, a little silly, but then when they come back to really get you, make you look like an idiot, it's a little tough. It's a little tough.
That's just leading by example.
Yeah, so I'm just,
Miles falls on his face so the other guys don't. That's what a leader does.
That's what that is.
What a leader does.
Every opening day they say, hey, we'll give someone a couple $100 if you trip coming out of the dugout. Trip coming out of the dugout. Everyone can just, be relaxed now. But I'll just stick to the really good quotes. I'll just do my best, and good Lord willing, things
there
will
you
work
go.
out.
The Bull Durham playbook.
Yeah,
exactly.
Nice.
The Bull Durham playbook.
It's that easy.
Guys, thank you so much for stopping by the program. We appreciate it, and best of luck this upcoming season. We really have enjoyed the conversation. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Miles Michaelis, Lars Nootbaar with us here on TMA, stopping by the program, and we are grateful for their time. We are in the final half hour of our live broadcast. And, Doug, what a better way to end it. I mean, John Mozeliak comes back for a third time, and then Miles Michaelis and Lars Nootbaar, they both of us.
Yeah.
Just right in the middle, and they high-fived over
It puts you in such a good mood, it makes you want to call Collier & Thompson to get your kitchen done. Because Collier & Thompson is the place you go to for every design consideration. It's hard to know who you can trust in your home these days, who will back it up. Maybe Miles could hire Collier & Thompson to do some of these homes that he's buying. Collier & Thompson team takes care of what they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take great pride in the work that they do. Collier & Thompson's core values summed up by doing the right thing. It may cost them a little extra time and dollars, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. All their carpenters and subcontractors take care of a customer's home the same as if it was your own. This is a business where it's hard to know who to trust with contractors, who's going to show up, who's going to be timely, who's going to be walking around your house. No such worries with Collier & Thompson. They've been around since the 50s. Their employees have more than 165 years of combined experience. The owners, Bob Strade and Carolyn Beard, both have been there more than 20 years. They want to make sure that you have a fantastic experience when you want to redo part of your house through Collier & Thompson. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is TMA Live from Cardinal Spring Training. Martin rejoining the program. I don't know if your mic is. There's that cough button. Miles wanted to mess with it before he left.
Mo had me onboarding, so I missed whatever took place, and I'm walking by, and Miles go, "Bro, you sold me out." Well, it was on camera.
It was on camera. It wasn't like I wasn't going off the record there.
It was an interview, and I said the fact he used the word goober stood out to me. And he goes, "Lars, how do you like that? Should we bring it back?" So they decided they're going to bring back the word goober.
Youngry and Goober.
Yeah.
Youngry Goobers. The 2025 St. Louis Cardinals.
So Jackson, as the producer, which Mo dismissed his role, I can't do that.
Stunning moment. And he dunked on Iggy. He was just sitting in the YouTube chat. Didn't know what the hell hit him.
Wow. And I guess as sort of an executive producer.
You're executive producer. Congratulations.
No, I was calling myself executive producer. Working in conjunction with my colleague, Jackson, we had what was an awkward moment because Miles Michaelis said, "I'll come on my way back," headed right this direction.
And then Lars
just as Lars comes out of the clubhouse to join the show, as a traffic cop, I was kind of like, God, what do you, one's more of a veteran, but you can't tick off the other guy.
Right.
So I kind of said, you guys sit down together.
Sit down together.
That's great.
Yeah. So then I went back, and Hyman, I had some onboarding to do, and so I missed the bulk of it, but it sounded fun, and I'm glad it worked out.
You're getting some of your insurance through the Cardinals now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of paperwork. It's all corporate.
Once you put that Cardinal hat on, you're a right.
Well, I think the second I did, they said, before you wear that, you must onboard.
And that's what Martin is doing.
I'm sorry I missed it. I do want to remind folks, March 15th at the Frontenac Hilton. I've been talking about it, excited about it. It's a month away. Saturday, March 15th. It's a night where we raise money for veteran organizations. It's put on by the folks that run Missouri's National Veterans Memorial. That's located in Perryville. And if you've not been there, you need to stop off. Down on 55. It's really unbelievable. The replica Vietnam Wall that they built, and they have other parts of the armed forces that are honored there. It's a really cool place, but they have an event in St. Louis, March 15th, Saturday night, raising money at the Frontenac Hilton. Jackie Smith, Marshall Falk, sort of ambassadors these days for the work they're doing in Perryville. They'll be on the panel. We'll have a football discussion, so if you can make it, you can join us. If you have a company, you'd like to bring some of your employees, friends of your company, the number to call to set up those seats is 573-517 Willie McGee, Steve Carlton, 5132. 517-5132. It's the 573 area code. Join us March 15th at the Frontenac Hilton.
We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 10:50. Send yours in. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is the Morning After. Presented to you this week by CarStar and Sumner One on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley, St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
You might have heard Doug Voss and Safe Money Radio. His shows have been on several radio stations for many years. Now he can be heard every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. on 101 ESPN. He is super excited to get to the ESPN audience as he is a huge St. Louis sports fan. Doug is an expert at minimizing the impact of market volatility on his clients' assets. So catch Safe Money Radio every Sunday at 10 a.m. on 101 ESPN. Doug Voss is a registered representative. Securities offered through D.H. Hill Securities, LLLP. Member FINRA and SIPC.
Jamie Rivers here, and I'm with my great friend Katie from Elite Heating and Cooling. And one thing that you like to talk about, Katie, is the fact that people can trust Elite.
Absolutely. Yep. That is our goal. In 2023, we did just earn the BBB Torch Award for ethics, but we want to earn their trust. We realize that you've got to trust the people that are in your home, not just with your equipment, but with the indoor air quality and the quality of your home.
And that's what you call great customer service. And that's what you get over there at Elite Heating and Cooling.
Correct. We want to give you a consultative review of everything that's been offered. If you have a problem and there's a situation that needs to either be a repair or a replacement, we're going to go through those thoroughly so that you understand everything that needs to be done.
And I know myself, talking to Katie and her husband, that they pride themselves on making sure the customer feels safe and the customer can trust what Elite Heating and Cooling is doing. So please give them a call, book an appointment.
No gimmicks, just guarantees. Let us earn your trust at EliteComfortExperts.com.
From fast breaks to buzzer beaters to block parties, there's nothing as exciting as basketball. With Underdog, you can bring that excitement to whenever you watch. Playing on their app is as easy as choosing higher or lower on player stats, like threes made, points, rebounds, and more. Get those selections right, and you can win up to 1,000 times your money. Millions of fans have won over billions on Underdog. Will you be next? Join in on the fun by signing up for Underdog today using my promo code Anthony, and you'll get a free selection as part of your first cash entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. Must be 18 plus, 19 plus in Alabama and Nebraska, 19 plus in Colorado for some games, 21 plus in Arizona and Massachusetts, and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 HOPE line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Don't settle for trading your car, truck, or SUV at a dealership. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Baldwin, that's sellmycarstl.com.
Enjoy clear vision without contacts and glasses with LASIK surgery. Trust WashU Medicine's experts for this quick, affordable, life-changing procedure. Special pricing now through March 31st. Book your free consultation with WashU Medicine at lasik.washu.edu.
Sponsored by Rapid Radios.
At Mercedes-Benz, there's a reason they go the extra mile. From testing their vehicles in desert heat and Arctic cold to creating AI that can anticipate your needs and preferences on the road, they demand that every car is worthy of their star because it's Mercedes-Benz.
101 ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. And every month during the season, you can register to win tickets to an upcoming Blues game. Enter to score free Blues tickets now at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 app.
Brought to you by Ted Drew's. Real custard, real tradition. Ted Drew's. It's St. Louis.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. You can see some of the NBA's best young talent tonight in the NBA Rising Stars game in San Francisco. That'll be right here on ESPN. Tip-off is at 8 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them online at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA 101 ESPN Live from Cardinals Spring Training.
That was my fault.
And then Miles Michaelis left, and before he left, he pressed the cough. These guys really enjoyed the cough button.
It's a fun little button.
Here is your, what is the guest? Let's see if I can recall the guest. Today's final day, TMA Cardinal Spring Training. Thank you to CarStar and Sumner One for their sponsorship of this week. Let's see, we started with Alec Burleson.
Yes.
Then we went to Andre Palante.
Yes.
Then we went to Mozeliak for his third appearance.
Yes.
Then we were double teamed. Doug, you're used to that by Miles Michaelis and Lars Nootbaar. Am I correct? Did I leave anybody?
No, you nailed it.
I don't think we left anyone out there.
Nailed it.
Jackson, I mean, you gotta feel like that's a nice way to wrap it up.
This is really an awesome week. Really one of my favorite of my young career. Really, really fun. This was awesome. And I appreciate it, fellas. I appreciate
Tip of the cap to you. It's easy to go out there, especially when the guys are about your age, or younger than you.
Yeah,
they want to tell you to go F yourself.
That's one thing, but in seriousness, you guys do an outstanding interviews. We bring a lot of personality out of these guys. This was a really fun week. And I appreciate you guys. Dodie, KG back in the studio, Mike Ryder, everybody. All my guys in the fast lane.
The sales department, the production department. This is not an easy thing to pull off, and it's a lot of people to make it happen, and we are very grateful to Hubbard Radio in St. Louis for sending us down here and getting a chance to bring this to the listeners of 101 ESPN and on YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA STL. Thank you to our sponsors. When it's all said and done, you can talk about a lot all day long. You can talk about all this. You can talk about the guest all day. Without sponsors, you don't have a program. For the sponsors, that's the name of the game. Design Air is a sponsor. They're the sponsor of the email today. That is coming up in a matter of minutes. And then BK and Ferrario will take things over at the top of the hour. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
It's an NHL Four Nations doubleheader. Game 1, Finland and Sweden. Game 2, United States and Canada. Coverage starts tomorrow morning at 11. The NHL plays on 101 ESPN.
It's Swiss Air Heating and Cooling Sweet 16 deal. 0% financing for up to 60 months. SwissAirSTL.com.
Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum, they always have great deals going on, and right now they got their Love at First Drive sales event. It's throughout the month of February, so over 700 new and used vehicles, all in one location, all out in Herculaneum, with heavily discounted prices on every vehicle in stock. We're talking about new Nissans discounted up to $10K off. We're talking sales prices starting under $23,000 on select models. 0 down and no payments for 3 months on select used vehicles, or no payments for 6 months. That's right, no payments for 6 months on select new Nissans right now at Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum. Plus, great low financing rates with terms of up to 84 months. 2025 Nissan models coming with free lifetime warranty and 3 free oil changes. Plus, you get that peace of mind with their 30-day return promise. It's all available out in Herculaneum. Tell them Stalter sent you. Auto Centers Nissan, and check them out online, autocentersnissan.com.
Save big during Menards Race to Savings Sale. An 8-pack of 100-watt equivalent LED light bulbs is just $3.99. 76-count Tide laundry pods, only $16.99. Dots Homestyle pretzels are just $4.99. Plus, buy a 10-pack of Bird suet cakes for just $8.99 and get a suet cake feeder free. These great deals won't last long, so save today. Plus, sign up for Menards emails to get more big savings right to your inbox.
Save big money at Menards.
I'm Gentry.
I'm Ben.
We're the Golden Boys.
It's the 25th annual Hardee's Rise and Shine for Heat benefit on Valentine's Day.
Woo-wee! Show some love to your neighbors in Illinois and Missouri in need of utility help.
On Valentine's Day, drop off $1 or more and get a sausage biscuit or egg biscuit.
Join 101 ESPN Sugar Plums February the 14th at Hardee's, 4321 Butler Hill Road. As we rise and shine.
Hey, it's Bernie Federico. I've had a lot of proud moments in my career, and being inducted into the Blues Hall of Fame is one of them. If you're a hockey fan, you know the class of 2025 was just inducted, and it was an honor to put on my blue jacket and welcome the new members. The Hall of Fame is special because it permanently recognizes an individual's impact and achievements on and off the ice with the Blues organization. A big thanks to First Community for sponsoring the Blues Hall of Fame. With over 90 years in business, they know success comes from always striving to get better. That's how they become St. Louis's largest credit union. Just like the Blues, St. Louis is the only home First Community has ever known. It's the only market they serve, which shows loyalty and stability, qualities I really admire. If St. Louis financial institutions had a Hall of Fame, they'd get my vote. Learn more at firstcommunity.com or visit one of the 40-plus branches in Missouri and Illinois.
Must qualify for membership. $1 share account required. Federally insured by NCUA.
Don't miss Banner Construction's winter home event. Book now for spring and beat the price increases on James Hardy siding, plus savings on beautiful Pella windows. See Banner's work at bannerconstruction.com or call 314-569-1050. Have a banner day.
Whether you want Cardinals tickets or tickets for your dream vacation, Central Bank is here with money management tools, credit card rewards, and other financial solutions. Centralbank.net. Member FDIC.
We've got your chance to win a pair of passes to the 2025 State Farm Missouri Valley Conference Men's Basketball Tournament, hitting the court at Enterprise Center March 6th through March 9th. March begins here with the Arch Madness of the annual MVC Tournament, celebrating 31 years at Enterprise Center. All session and single session tickets are on sale now. Get all the details and get entered to win those free tickets for Arch Madness right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
WXOS, WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN from Cardinals Spring Training. And it's presented to you this week by CarStar and Sumner One. We are grateful for their support in making the program possible live from Jupiter, Florida. We have had some super long segments today as Alec Burleson, Andre Palante, John Mozeliak for his third appearance on the show joined us, and Lars Nootbaar and Miles Michaelis. So we're playing catch-up right now, and then we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way. And then BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. And that's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in. Proudly serving St. Louis and beyond, EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. And it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Ladies and gentlemen, we are catching up on breaks. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Martin Kilcoyne with you. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
We want to hear from you. Use the Scott Lee Mic Drop feature on the 101 mobile app. Give us your opinion on anything St. Louis sports with a mic drop.
Brought to you by the Scott Lee Heating Company.
Price just went up on car insurance? Check us out at carltoninsurance.net.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection. One that helps better their everyday through the things they value most. Friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Rise and shine, Valentine, all month long. You be the commander-in-chief. The savings are presidential, and the rates are at an all-time low at HW Kia of West County. Get freedom from interest with zero down, zero interest for 72 months, plus $1,000 customer cash. Even low 1.9% for 60 months on all Sorrento and Sportage SUVs. And yes, that includes all-wheel drive gas models. Currently stuck in a loan or lease? Big D, the trade man, will get you released. So bring any trade and get up to 120% over KBB fair market value for any trade. And drive home in a brand new Kia K4 LX for just $129 per month lease with zero security deposit and only $39.95 due. Or own it for under $20,000 with any trade. Yes, a brand new Kia with a 10-year warranty. Less than most used cars. Only at HWKia.com. Unapproved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and 587 title and registration processing fee. 21 or newer trade. Negative equity refinanced into loan. Rebates and incentives to dealer through KNF. 2083 per thousand. Offers not in combination. Expires 3/4/25.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
My name is Dan. I was injured in a car accident. I don't know how any of this works. I'd never been hit like this before. Brown & Crouppen has been there for me from day one. They came out, met at my house. It was more about me as an individual. It was more about taking care of me. It was more about representing me. And that feels great.
Here for you whenever and wherever you need us. Call Brown & Crouppen now.
Since 1991, St. Louis has served as the gateway to the best men's basketball tournament. Arch Madness. Experience buzzer beaters, madness, and Missouri Valley Conference glory. And it begins here. The 2025 State Farm MVC Men's Basketball Tournament, presented by Credit Union 1 and Great Southern Bank, tips off March 6th through the 9th. Celebrate 35 years of Arch Madness. Get your tickets now at archmadness.com.
There's no better feeling than getting a notification from someone special. For me, it's McDonald's. I love being surprised with deals on my go-to faves, and right now, I'm feeling extra special. Only in the app, I can get 20% off any order when I spend more than $10. I can dig into their classics, like the juicy quarter pounder with cheese, sweet McCafe caramel frappe, or even a crispy basket of fries. Check out the McD app and turn your next meal into something special. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Offer valid through 6/30/25 at participating McDonald's. Valid once a day. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery. Ends President's Day. Exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Broadcasting live from Cardinals spring training, this is TMA on 101 ESPN. Presented by CarStar and Sumner One.
Welcome back. It is the morning after. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Doug, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up, and then we've got BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. And then you're going to do an Instagram Live and field questions and ask me anything, is what I understand.
I'm going to go another 3 or 4 hours.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Get reps.
I'm really feeling it today.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, good for Doug.
How about that?
Real champion.
Another 3 or 4 hours.
What time you boys fly out?
5:10.
Oh, 5:10. I thought you were flying out like at 2 something.
No, 5:10. Yeah, so getting back at 10 with a layover is,
okay,
about right.
Maybe I'll see you at the airport.
Hope so.
I look forward to it.
Are you flying out of Lauderdale?
I'm flying out of Lottie Dottie. We likes to potty.
I don't think we're going to see each other.
What about back at Lambert? You're flying in the main terminal.
You'll have to wait.
You like to just hang out there.
I'll tell you where I'm going to go. If anybody, I will not be signing, and I'm not taking pictures with people. When I'm with my family, I don't do that. You've got to stop that.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be at this bar called Coconuts, downtown Lauderdale. What's that, Las Olas, Doug?
Las Olas Boulevard, yeah.
That's going to be the spot. I think it's the Swimming and Diving Hall of Fame's right next to it, right on the water.
Mm-hmm.
So my wife and I are going to go. It's her birthday yesterday, Valentine's Day today. So just like Miles Michaelis and Lars Nootbaar, I get high-fived over on those days. So what are you going to do? You know, that's what I say. What are you going to do? Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a break. Then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. It's 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business. Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it and will beat any print quote. Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs. No problem. I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens. Totally. I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing. I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Paramount Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile dysfunction and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Slimovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To restore your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
Homeowners, selling your St. Louis home is a big deal. And look, I understand selecting the right agent can be daunting, but it's crucial. There are agents out there who will tell you an unrealistic sales price just to get your business. That's why I only recommend my friend and trusted agent, Gloria Liu, with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Gloria understands that you need assurances when selling your home, not just empty promises. That's why Gloria Liu will guarantee upfront and in writing to sell your home at your agreed upon price, or Gloria will buy it. You might ask, how can she make such a guarantee? Easy. Gloria Liu knows how to market and properly price your home. Plus, she has a database of thousands of exclusive buyers, many of which are looking for a home just like yours. Take it from me, Jamie Rivers, and call my friend Gloria Liu at 314-325-6888. Again, that's 314-325-6888. Or you can always visit her website at gloriahasthebuyers.com. Again, that's gloriahasthebuyers.com. Gloria and the seller must agree upon sales price and possession date. Jamie Rivers here, and I'm with my great friend Katie from Elite Heating and Cooling. And one thing that you like to talk about, Katie, is the fact that people can trust Elite.
Absolutely. Yep. That is our goal. In 2023, we did just earn the BBB Torch Award for ethics, but we want to earn their trust. We realize that you've got to trust the people that are in your home, not just with your equipment, but with the indoor air quality and the quality of your home.
And that's what you call great customer service. And that's what you get over there at Elite Heating and Cooling.
Correct. We want to give you a consultative review of everything that's been offered. If you have a problem and there's a situation that needs to either be a repair or a replacement, we're going to go through those thoroughly so that you understand everything that needs to be done.
And I know myself, talking to Katie and her husband, that they pride themselves on making sure the customer feels safe and the customer can trust what Elite Heating and Cooling is doing. So please give them a call, book an appointment.
No gimmicks, just guarantees. Let us earn your trust at EliteComfortExperts.com.
trading your car at a dealership? Get serious. Your car is worth more and they want to pay you less. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Baldwin, that's sellmycarstl.com.
Sponsored by JimButlerChevrolet.com.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off, free UPS shipping, and add code RADIO for an extra 5% off.
Jamie Rivers here, and this week I am giving away a signed Colton Parayko number 55 jersey away. It is awesome. Big old Colt 55, that slap shot from the blue line. Now you can wear the same jersey that he wears, and it's signed. And all you have to do to get entered to win this autographed jersey is go to 101ESPN.com or visit 101, the mobile app powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. One more segment in the TMA week at Cardinal Spring Training. If you missed any of the interviews, you can check them out at 101ESPN.com. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Final segment of Cardinal Spring Training coverage live from Jupiter, Florida, presented to you by CarStar and Sumner One. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Doug, are you ready for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day?
I think so. You never really know until you start hearing it.
Well, now you're going to hear it and you're going to love it. All right, here you go.
Okay.
On this most romantic of days, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the true love and unshakable bond between filth and FM, AM, HD1, Blu-ray, whatever spectral plane the show currently haunts. Honestly, trying to find you guys is harder than you guys opening up the email of the day Gmail account.
Oh.
Valentine's Day is a time for passion, for romance, for moments that make your heart skip a beat. Sort of like when Spready, the geriatric Casanova of Jefferson County, continuously tried to pay Plowsy and Iggy to lock lips to win $200 in a 1989 Pontiac Sunfire. Oh, wow. Not once, not twice, but nearly daily. And yet against all odds, he insisted there was nothing about it that made him interested in man-on-man behavior. Just an aggressively impoverished gentleman with scratch-off winnings and a dream burning a hole in his pockets. Mm-hmm. Of course, romance on this show comes in many forms. There was the time a gothic mute shuffled into Hot Shots, clutching a bouquet of roses for the adult film star that Iggy pushed away forever. Or when a local mom left her 3 kids in the van outside the old Kirkwood studio, a strip mall so abandoned it made the Chrysler plant look lively, just for a chance to let Larry and Jennings treat her toes like a stick of Burt's Bees.
Oh, God.
And let's not forget the legendary moment when Tim, never one to waste a commercial break, conceived a child during the fan favorite St. Louis's Most Beautiful Person segment. Then, of course, there was Gangster Pete's buddy, whose undying lust for Mizzou football victories led to an entirely unholy beat sesh experience somewhere in Boone County in his Volkswagen Bug. And who could forget the time a producer turned his half bath into the set of a Cinemax After Dark special with a married couple.
Oh, wow.
Giving the world one of the greatest and puke-filled showmances in hyper-localized semi-pornographic online radio history. People say the show...
How long is the email?
All right, Doug, I get through on there. That's from Walton Grumpelfang?
Oh, Walton Grumpelfang. He's new.
You guys have been away for a week, and I fear you've been spoiled by Florida's warm weather. Let me remind you what's waiting for you back home in St. Louis. We are the diabetes capital of the world. You may have seen hot women in bikinis down there, but get ready to cross paths with Debbie and Kathy, cranky Chesterfield 4s with seasonal depression and robust fupas. Jupiter has attractive people, but everyone here looks like Roger Maltby. Doug, you know Roger Maltby?
Yes. Yes, I do. Yeah, it's not too far off.
You're leaving the land of fresh seafood and sunshine. The best St. Louis can offer is a standalone Auntie Anne's pretzel shop and stay-at-home dad's convention. Florida has soft ocean breeze tickling the nostrils of 26-year-old toddlers as they afternoon nap.
Oh, get out of here.
On the other hand, St. Louis has mysterious rotten steam inexplicably billowing from every manhole cover. Our city features an omnipresent aroma from a nearby landfill lingering in the air and homeless people living on the Metrolink. On the bright side, at least you won't have to stand in a warm puddle of another man's leftover shower filth when you get home.
True.
Doug gets from the JV Golf Coach.
Gosh.
It's already 11 o'clock. We got to go.
I vote for that one. JV Golf
No,
Coach.
Grumplefung.
Oh. I'm going to go Grumplefong or whatever.
Dang it, Lucas.
The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Once again, thank you to Doty.
Yes.
Next to me, again, according to unbiased voters, the second person in the MVP vote this week. Doug, thank you for your vote for first place.
I didn't vote at all.
Doty.
This is a threat to democracy.
And Martin Kilcoyne and Jackson tag teaming the interviews throughout the course of the week. Chairman Kurt back in the 101 ESPN studios. Mike Ryder. Tommy Mattern, Keith Krause, all of the people at Hubbard for making this possible to send us down here for our 16th year of TMA spring training from Jupiter, Florida. Thank you to CarStar. Thank you to Sumner One. And always thank you to Brown & Crouppen, our presenting sponsor. And thank you to the audience for supporting the sponsors over the 2 decades of this program to make it possible for this nonsense to continue. For Jackson Burkett. For Martin Kilcoyne. For my brother Kevin. For Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, and this week by CarStar and Sumner One on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
The NBA Rising Stars game is on ESPN. Tonight, coverage starts at 8. Your destination for the NBA in St. Louis is 101 ESPN.